Wow. Oh my gosh, this one's terrible.
Yeah, that was a few years back. That was a fun one.
It was a BZA or zoning?
That was a BZA.
This is my good. Good.
Oh yeah, I'm ready.
Call the BZA meeting to order. Ask that everyone make sure you silence your cell phones. Please stand for the pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The zoning clerk, please call the roll.
Sure. Don Sutton,
Here.
Jason Acevedo.
Here.
Larry Herman.
Here.
Brad Cook.
Here.
Michelle Cook. Here. Quinn Maka.
Here.
Jessica Kingsley. Here.
I would ask that anyone that intends to speak or give testimony, please stand and be sworn in by the court reporter.
I'll raise your right hand, please. Do you all solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing, is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you. First item of business is I'd like to have a motion to approve the minutes of BZA 23-008, December 18th, 2023.
Make a motion to approve BZA 23-008 from December 18th, 2023.
Is that a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Acevedo.
Yes.
Mr. Cook.
Yes.
Mrs. Cook. Yes. Mr. Harmon.
Yes.
Mr. Sutton.
Yes. I'm going to go ahead and sign these so we can move this book.
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you everyone for attending tonight. Before we get started, just a few comments that I wanted to make. The applicant has filed 6 applications that will be heard tonight. They fall within the jurisdiction of the BZA. One type is appeals, the second type is variances. Appeals to the BZC and trustees will be heard on the application. Use variances will be based on unnecessary hardships. Area variances will be based on practical difficulties. Questions in Duncan versus Middlefield. This will be a unique hearing in that the 6 applications will be heard from the same applicant. I do plan to utilize private deliberation with the board members tonight. Only those board members that are seated tonight will be invited into the private deliberations. Also, alternates are not allowed to ask questions of the applicant tonight. If necessary, I will ask for testimony from the crowd, but it must pertain to this application that is being heard. The Board of Zoning Appeals will base decisions on the evidence and the facts presented in the application. And just a quick overview of what the BZA does. It's established by the Ohio Revised Code, Chapter 519, sets out the powers of townships in relation to zoning. Zoning has been defined as the division of a community into districts and the regulation of buildings and structures according to their construction and the nature and extent of their use, or the regulation of land according to its nature and uses. In other words, zoning is concerned with land use as opposed to land ownership. Zoning is an exercise of police power and accordingly must be justified on the basis of promoting public health, safety, and morals. The creation and function of the Board of Zoning Appeals, Section 519.13 governs creation and composition of the BZA, 5 members and 2 alternates, which are all here tonight for our township. The BZA usually acts in a quasi-judicial capacity. The BZA is a public body and its meetings are open to the public. We are able to hold private deliberations. Section 519-15 rules governing organizations and meetings. The BZA is required to organize and adopt rules in accordance with zoning resolutions. Meetings shall be held at the call of the chairperson at such other times as the BZA shall determine. BZA may compel attendance of witnesses. BZA must keep records of actions and terminations and file with the Board of Trustees. The jurisdiction of the BZA, Section 519.14, vests a BZA with jurisdiction over 4 areas. 1, to hear appeals. 2, to authorize variances. 3, to grant conditional zoning certificates. 4, to revoke any authorized variances or conditional zoning certificates for the extraction of minerals if any conditions of the variance or certificate is violated. So with that, it gives you a little bit of overview of what the board, how we will hear this hearing tonight, what our role is, what our powers are to hear the applicant tonight. With that, I would call BZA 23-006, request by Berlin Industrial LLC, TNR Properties, CO West Farwell LLC, 475 Metro Place South, Suite 430, Dublin, Ohio, 43017. Appeal of the decision of the Berlin Township Board of Trustees on application BVP 23-001. The property is known as 4120 State Route 37 East, Delaware, Ohio, 43015. Parcel number 412-1002-004-001. The applicant asserts that the trustees improperly imposed and promulgated conditions upon the development plan and have properly considered the application pursuant to Article 19 of the Berlin Township zoning resolution. With that, I would ask our applicants that tend to plan to speak, please stand up and introduce yourself. I know you've been sworn in already.
Okay, thank you. My name is Benjamin Zatz. I'm attorney with Zatz Law LLC. And here on behalf, along with my co-counsel, Josh Nagy from now West Orwell. And then on behalf of the applicant, RJ Sabatino, who is the main representative on behalf of the applicants tonight. And then we have different witnesses who are going to speak throughout the course of the evening and present information to assist you in evaluating the circumstances today. I just want to suggest to you, I wear my hearing aids, and sometimes I may ask people to repeat things as a result of that. It's something that I think many of us in our ages may have to do, and as a result of that, if I ask you to repeat, it's not because I'm trying to bother you, I'm just letting you know that that is a reality. Would you like me to introduce? That's funny. Would you like me to introduce the different people now?
Sure.
Okay. All right. So we have land planner Randall Woodings, who is going to speak with us this evening. We have Brian Marsh. We have Evan Ballman, and then we have others who were coming at 7:30, anticipating that we would be able to have them in that sequence. That would be Skip Weiler. Oh, I didn't see.
I think Skip went to the restroom.
Oh,
Skip Weiler,
Skip Weiler.
Robin Weiler.
Yes, Robin Weiler Company. And they'll give you their background because we're very fortunate to have a lot of very experienced people who qualify as experts. I understand we're a quasi judiciary. However, you'll hear from people who have a lot of experience in these very items. And then lastly, we have Brian Lorenz, who will also speak as well. Thanks, Skip. Good to see you. Hey. Thank you, Carl. That's always important. Now, I was told before tonight that as it relates to the 6 applications, that there was an issue in relationship to the appeal portions. Are we going to address that now? Or would you prefer that we take the applications first and address that question later on? I know Tony had indicated to me that was how we're going to begin the meeting.
My plan was to hear your appeals separately and then the use and area variances together for each of the different areas.
Okay. All right. Well, do you mind if we change that a little bit? We were going to do the industrial first and then do the other. In regard to the appeal itself, okay, we felt that is an item that we have preserved in the context of the appeal. And there isn't a lot for you to, the general information that they present is the information that you're going to have. There's not a specific legal argument that we're making separate and apart from the general appeals of the denial of the property rights. I think as we all know and understand, there is very strong Ohio law on point that speaks to the fact that what you do in the context of the BZA is well stated in 519. And we appreciate that you take the time to do this as a public service to the township and as a result of that. And then further, from the context of what is involved in land rights and property rights, those issues are embodied in 519 and in the role that you play, and in the zoning resolution, in this case, including the overlay, including the individual zoning categories for each of the 2, as well as the overall comprehensive plan that you have in place, but is also, as you well know, being looked at because it hasn't really been looked at for a long time. And so we want to present all of that information in the context of the presenters and not present any legal arguments in the context of that, because we think that really we don't ask you to sit as a court in analyzing legal issues. Is that okay?
Well, we're currently hearing your first BZA case.
2306.
number 6, so.
So I
Are
think,
you requesting to hear a different application?
No. What I'm saying is because it's one applicant, our original application was designed to be one mixed-use application. In the context of what transpired, as Mr. Sabatino will explain, it changed into 2 applications. And therefore, in the context of the legal statement of the BZA appeal itself, we made that argument to this board for preservation of that argument purposes. Right, to the extent that you could have the authority to do so and change what was done by the trustees under an appeal analysis, it really is the variances. It's the same issue. And so on that level, we would just rather present all of that information first and not go into citing cases and law and things of that nature that from the standpoint of what you do is really what we had expected to present was the variance applications.
But you filed 6 different applications,
That is correct.
and we can only hear an application one at a time.
Mr.
I'm not
Sutton,
saying that we have to take a vote on them one at a time.
If I may, Mr. Sutton, I think what Mr. Zaks is asking you is, when you say you're hearing that particular appeal, do you intend to proceed with them presenting testimony and evidence, or there's some other matter to address with respect to it? That's what I believe Mr. Zaks is asking.
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, with that, I'd like to call RJ Sabatino to begin our presentation and to describe for you my role so that it's very clear, as well as Mr. Nagy's, is really to assist the presenters with providing you information. So we're kind of like MCs. We're going to walk you through the presentation as it relates to the Dalton factors, which, Mr. Chairman, you very clearly articulated in the beginning of your opening statements. Okay?
I do. Thank you, Jason. I do need to, we need to discuss which case we're going to hear first, because we need to have the exhibits written.
Very good. I understand that. And we were made aware by clerk that you have an application for the industrial. We're going to proceed with the industrial first. And to the extent that the differences as you described in regard to practical difficulties and from the standpoint of from the practical difficulties and unnecessary hardship, they're kind of mixed issues that you're very skilled at looking at. And so they will present the information and describe for you on a factual basis from their experience where the particular factual difficulties and hardship exist. All right?
So you want to go between different exhibits from different applications as we move forward. If that's what you're asking, we should have all exhibits right into the records at this point.
If that's how you'd like to proceed, that's fine by us. Yeah. If you'd like to put all the answers as the industrial, yes, that would be.
Mr. Sutton, one clarification, didn't mean to interrupt Mr. Zaks. And one clarification, is it what you're stating that you intend to proceed with actual hearings on the appeals?
Yes.
And then actual hearings in addition to that on the variances?
Correct.
Okay, and I understand that is what you're saying, and what I'm responding to say to you is that the same information that we're going to present for the appeals is the same information for each variances, split between the industrial and the residential. So what I didn't want to do to take up your evening was to present all that information in one application, and so we can consolidate that evidence so that you guys have been here a while, I know, and you guys can handle it to say which of the applications that you are applying your decisions to. Would that be acceptable?
Sure.
Okay.
So do you want to start with the multifamily or with the industrial?
I would start with the industrial. Okay.
Are you going to tackle the variances and get into those details, and then we come to a conclusion after looking at the facts of the variances?
yes.
Yes. One of the things that we were curious to know if, after we handle the industrial, is you wanted to address the industrial variances first and make a deliberation and decision on that. And then it seemed to us to make sense, and then separately take the residential and make a decision on that. That might, with the same evidence, obviate the need for the other two, which relate to the appeal, okay?
So I'll ask the zoning clerk to please read the exhibits into record for BZA 23-006.
Just 006. Just that one, just the one.
I'll ask for the others as well. The other two.
Okay, this is for BZA 23006, original file exhibits. Exhibit 1, letter to Mr. Bond from Josh Nagy with Cook, Sladoge, and Wittenberg regarding an appeal of the decision of the Berlin Board of Trustees on application BBP 23001, 3 pages, dated 10/19 of 2023, submitted 10/19 of 2023. Exhibit 2, Exhibit A, certification from Claudia Smith, Berlin Township Fiscal Officer, 1 page, dated 10/2 of 2023, submitted with application filed 10/19 of 2023. Exhibit 3, Exhibit B, legal description of 69.196 acres and plat plan of the 69.196 acres from Jonathan E. Phelps, P.S., Advanced Civil Design, Inc., 3 pages, dated 2/6 of 2023, submitted with application filed 10/19 of 2023. Then we have zoning office exhibits. Exhibit 4, affidavit of publication for the Architectural Review Board meeting, BBP 23-001, February 8th, 2023 agenda, sign-in sheet, approved meeting minutes for meeting of the ARB Board, February 8th, 2023. TNR Properties Berlin Industrial Project Planning Commission, ARB response dated 2/28 of 2023, including ARB review draft, 2/8 of 2023, checklist and findings in yellow highlight, 18 pages. Exhibit 5, affidavit of publication for the Berlin Township Zoning Commission meeting, BBP 23-001, February 28th, 2023, agenda, sign-in sheet, approved meeting minutes for the meeting of the BZC, February 28th, 2023, Berlin Township Industrial Project for trustee hearing, Plan Commission response, applicant TNR Properties, 10 pages, Zoning Commission passed the Berlin Industrial, BBP 23-003, February 28th, 2023, sent to trustees. Exhibit 6, affidavit of publication for the Berlin Township Trustees meeting for BBP 23-001, April 10th, 2023, agenda, sign-in sheet, and excerpt of trustee approved minutes, April 10th, 2023, continued to April 24th, agenda, sign-in sheet, and excerpt of trustee approved minutes, 12 pages, trustees passed the Berlin Industrial BBP 23003, April 24th, 2023. Exhibit 7, aerial view of surrounding property owners within 300 feet and addresses for parcel 418-210-002-004-001. Exhibit 8, request for legal ad to be in Delaware Gazette, January 24th, 2024, sent email dated January 22nd, 2024. Exhibit 9, notice of hearing to the applicant dated January 24th, 2024. Exhibit 10, letter to adjacent property owners with proof of mailing dated January 24th, 2024. And the final exhibit 11, proof of publication in the Delaware Gazette dated January 24th, 2024.
Johnny?
Mr. Sutton, for clarification, if I understood Mr. Zaks correctly, he was asking if they could proceed with the variances, and then after the board decides the variances, proceed with the issue of the 2 appeals that have been filed. If I understood correctly, in terms of following your directions, the zoning secretary read the exhibits on one of the appeals. So if it's addressing the variances, those would be the 24Bs 1 through 4 cases that would be addressed. And if you proceed in that manner, the board would not address any issues, evidence, anything regarding the appeals until after you've decided the variances. If that's how you intend to proceed, then it would be proceeding with the variance first, deciding the variances, and then deciding how to proceed with the appeals after that.
We're also hearing the BZA 24-001, BZA 24-001 request by Berlin Industrial LLC, TNR Properties, Inc., 3895 Stonebridge Lane, Dublin, Ohio, 43017. CO West, Barwell LLC, 475 Metro Place South, Suite 430, Dublin, Ohio, 43017, for a use variance. The property is known as 4120 State Route 37 East, Delaware, Ohio, 43015, parcel number 418-2100-200-4001. This variance request is for the purpose of permitting the following conditions: parking, 126 spaces per building for a total of 500 spaces. Loading, 12 dock spaces per building, and NAICS 493 industrial warehousing. We'll also be hearing BZA 24-002, BZA request by Berlin Industrial LLC, TNR Properties Inc., 3895 Stonebridge Lane, Dublin, Ohio, 43017. CO West Barwell LLC, 475 Metro Place South, Suite 430, Dublin, Ohio, 43017. For an area variance, the property is known as 4120 State Route 37 East, Delaware, Ohio, 43015, parcel number 418-2100-200-4001. This variance request is for the purpose of permitting the following conditions: parking, 126 spaces per building, a total of 500 spaces. Loading, 12 docks per building, and NAICS 493 industrial warehousing. And we have exhibits for both cases as well that need to be read into the exhibits.
Okay, for BZA 24-001, the original file exhibits, exhibit 1, letter to, excuse me, Mr. Bond from Joshua Nagy, now with West Barwell LLC, BBP 23-001, 1 pages, dated 12/5 of 2023, submitted 12/18 of 2023. Exhibit 2, use variance application for parcel number 418-210-020-04001, 4120 State Route 37 East, Delaware, Ohio, 43015, including legal description 69.196 acres, dated 2/6 of 2023, 6 pages, dated 12/5 of 2023, submitted with application filed 12/18 of 2023. Zoning office exhibits, exhibit 3, aerial view of surrounding property owners within 300 feet and addresses for parcel number 418-210-020-004-001. Exhibit 4, request for legal ad to be in Delaware Gazette, January 24th, 2024, sent email dated January 22nd, 2024. Exhibit 5, notice of hearing to the applicant dated January 24th, 2024. Exhibit 6, letter to adjacent property owners with proof of mailing dated January 24th, 2024. And the final exhibit 7, proof of publication in the Delaware Gazette dated January 24th of 2024. And then we have the BZA 24002. Original file exhibits, exhibit 1, letter to Mr. Bond from Joshua Nagy, now with West Barwell LLC, BBP 23-001, 1 pages, dated 12/5 of 2023, submitted 12/18 of 2023. Exhibit 2, area variance application for parcel number 418-210-020-04001, 4120 State Route 37 East, Delaware, Ohio, 43015, including legal description 69.196 acres, dated 2/6 of 2023, 10 pages, dated 12/5 of 2023, submitted with application filed 12/18 of 2023. Zoning office exhibits, Exhibit 3, aerial view of surrounding property owners within 300 feet and addresses for parcel number 418-210-002-004-001. Exhibit 4, request for legal ad to be in Delaware Gazette, January 24th, 2024, sent email dated January 22nd, 2024. Exhibit 5, notice of hearing to the applicant dated January 24th, 2024. Exhibit 6, letter to adjacent property owners with proof of mailing dated January 24th, 2024. And the final Exhibit 7, proof of publication in the Delaware Gazette dated January 24th of 2024.
Thank you, Lisa. And I'm going to ask for a short private deliberation with the board. You can in the back room. Be right back. Everybody come seat.
Thank you.
Mr. Sutton, would you like me to join?
No, I said, you just, you know what, the lingering, signs that you just all of a I feel like it's about, their parks no average. So they're, if you, they're still really sweet, even though they're bigger, they're good looking. And, they're probably like that big. So, they can also put other cows unless one gets broken, and then they go. They're all together about, less than 60 pounds, so they're about the same size. No, like one is almost 10 pounds, and it's sprinkled, it's like, whatever. How big is the heavy. She's probably close to 12 pounds. Donut's 12 and a half. But Snickerdoodle boy is like 15 pounds. He can be 16 and bigger than Emma. So he's got the hybrid bigger. He's gonna block it all. So yeah, they're probably, they're next size because they're lap size, you know, like, and so I'm trying to get two or three to lap. They're all sitting like today with this picture where they're on the couch. I will send this to you. They were throwing big there. Actually, she's not that big, but there's one that's snickered under the couches when, you know, we're the lead one. So I almost sent this to you. The donuts, these look cute. She's already, this is, oh my gosh, she's not that big, but she was huge. But see how they kind of all into the browns and the way they're one and they're exactly the same way, even though they're, and then Sprinkles actually, she looks huge. Actually, this is way not her version because she looks like she's 25. Like she is kind of, they're all, and sometimes like one, they do. They're pretty good. Sometimes one will be able to tell us like sometimes she's a little bit snarly. She's so nice to people. She likes to like she's actually fine. Like absolutely. I'll pick up stickers and be like, okay, it's your turn. And then there's all, but the donor kind of keeps himself dormant, the dad, like he's not, he plays sometimes. They're actually not, you saw the picture, there's a coyote in our backyard. I've never, ever on video. All these years, I've never, and I have this one here, the screen, and then I have a white bag in the wood. I just never see them. I see skunks and stuff. That's just discovered. I was the first one. Definitely. I thought my this is the stream. It'd be a little bit to figure it out, but it'd be hard for them to grab anything. This they don't do it. This they have to try to jump over and then they drop. I'm there out of myself. But at night, I'm a little bit because you can already see it's there. I just show the mud in the backyard. Plus, I can't let them out there at night. I mean, there is somewhere to go out there with them and hang out and have lights and flares. But he didn't even care. There's motion detector lights all in there. And all they say, yeah, just going along. I mean, right? One of them was on my neighbor's front porch too, so mostly wanted to see, oh yeah, see, this is the stream behind my house. And he walked all the way. I go back and look at this is not my house, this is streaming. But he was walking like all the way. He walked all the way. So it's kind of hard, but then you see stumps and a bunch of other stuff. I mean, one came on the porch and then they're trying to get out of here. My CD And you should hear them go, because they're so good. See, I'm back there with them. It's kind of hard to see them there. It's perfect. They don't try to get out of it. One time they're not doing it's scary. But they're actually, I saw the videos too. Like there they are. It's more like they like they like to play like he likes that's a big one. But she's fluffy, but they're so white. She's a little bit chunky with the brown. Yeah, he's at Orange. He's going back. Well, you took a year off, that's it. And he says it's a lot less stress now because she's always like, you have the fear, yeah, but just. It's just internal. But he was forgetful, he was aware, and that was, so he had to help him with that, and so it's more stressful. These are kids that aren't brothers. But it was fun to watch him, it's a practical side. I'm so happy to see Max. Never seen it. Or like 5 times a year, just listen. And then Keegan starts to see him go, and then Brian is over our house like every other day, and I feel like he doesn't get any recognition. So it's like a project somewhere, they get all the credit, so I told him that he's very he's enjoying it, yeah, he's very stable. This is how this is 6 of them. My friend got me accidentally. My friend got me this, my friend, like right before the puppies were born, she got me, trying to turn it, but she got me this,
I can look it up online.
right, that is huge. She gave me, she's like, she thinks it's so how broken they are. And then look, now they all fit on it. So that's
I'll find it.
That's the mom.
Well, you get up at CMS, right?
That's
I'll
the
find
mom.
it.
That
We'll
bitch
take
is
you.
on the that donut's not in.
I know these at the hand of,
I could actually.
I can hand them out to everybody.
I love this.
I gotta print stuff out. Don't print it out.
And they were so not to
You go in my sticker book.
They were jumping their line. They love Gary.
I don't know if it's a good thing or bad thing. I said, I don't know if it's a good thing or bad thing.
Yeah, right. Whoever did this was on an island.
Oh, I know. I was really mad at David because. They're not expensive, I worked in Franklin when I was So he's taking the.
These things are awesome because
You just go back. They just charge them, they try to pick up the dogs. Oh, guess what? That's what's trying to get stickers. So heavy, and you know how sometimes it slip through and ran away. This is like half a mile from my house. In the neighborhood, ran away, neighbors, and this is yelling and running down the back, running, and I don't know where the dog went. He's running and never knows how long.
I would be very tempted.
Terrible, and the fact that the traffic was supporting it, no one's on. So he just probably shot across two intersections. In our neighborhood, I don't know which way he went, I can't think of anything up. They came home, and then there's stickers barking at him, he's so happy. Yes. I didn't bring it.
Thank you. Continue hearing testimony from our applicant.
Is everything okay? Yeah. Okay. Just making sure, because you had deliberations right away. You hadn't really said very much. That's why I'm asking.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for having us again, RJ Sabatino, TNR Properties, the applicants. We've worked on this project, this mixed-use project, for over a year now. And I'm saying we've worked on this project. There I am. It works. We've worked on this mixed-use project for over a year. Mixed use, although we do technically have two different applications at the direction of Berlin Township, and because there's no mixed-use code in Berlin Township. But speaking now specifically about the industrial portion of our mixed-use projects. So to give you some background, this is the site plan. We're 36, 37 here, wacky old state road here. The industrial portion, 69 or so acres. We have 4 120,000 square foot industrial buildings. We went through the BIO process for this portion of our mixed use application. We went through the architectural review board, then we went through the zoning commission, and then finally to the trustees, and we were approved. However, we were approved in a way that is not economically feasible and not viable, not functional. Primarily because we don't have the NAICS code use that is really standard in any industrial development, which is warehousing and storage. Why is warehousing and storage important? Why is a kitchen required in a restaurant. Warehousing and storage, to some extent, is used in any industrial development. It's a standard in any new industrial business park today that exists right now. Most recently, Orange Township Business Park, for example, has warehousing and storage. So without this warehousing and storage code, the project is not viable. No business, no tenant can function in any industrial space without the ability to warehouse and store their goods, even if it is a light manufacturer or a tech company or any sort of industrial use. No matter what, along the way, there's going to be involved some sort of warehousing and storage. Therefore, it's required. If we don't have warehousing and storage, we don't have any businesses, we don't have any tenants. When we don't have any businesses or tenants, no business. Without any business, no financial institution will finance this project. No one will invest in this project. The Berlin Business Park, the Berlin Industrial Overlay, was put into place by Berlin Township many years ago. It sat vacant for many years because there is no permitted use of warehousing and storage as one reason. And for this industrial portion of our mixed use application, that is the reason why this project cannot proceed. You, as the BZA board, have the ability to permit this NAICS code 493 warehousing and storage so that this Berlin Business Park can finally kick off. We're positioned in the site, positioned in the overlay, as really the gateway to the park. This is where all the utilities are. This is where the park can begin if we have warehousing and storage. It'll open up hundreds of other acres of potential development, industrial development, mixed-use development.
Mr. Sutton, real briefly, and not to interrupt Mr. Sabatino, but since this is going to be transcribed, we all saw Mr. Sabatino stand up and be sworn in, but I don't know if he was asked if he was sworn in prior to this. So that way it's clear he's testifying.
He was sworn in.
Okay. Gotta get reoriented here. Again, warehousing and storage is a requirement in the industry in any business park setting for a business park to succeed. I'm going to hand it off now to our experts. I'll first introduce Brian Marsh with JLL, one of the top national and local industrial brokers.
Before you do that, I want to go through the other visuals that you have to show them anything else about how you got to this point, so they weren't part of the process before. What I suggested.
I had envisioned going through this industrial portion and then going through the apartment portion after we get through our industrial experts.
Okay, is that agreeable with you?
Yeah.
Very good,
Okay.
thank you, that's fine. Mr. Martin? For the record, Mr. Marsh was here sworn in. Can you confirm that, please?
Yes, I was sworn in earlier.
Okay, can you state your name, please?
Yeah, Brian Marsh.
Mr. Marsh, if you could explain to the board some of the involvement you had, what you do presently, and the extent of your experience and background.
Yeah, my career, 30 plus years, has been in industrial real estate. Here in Central Ohio, predominantly on the development side of industrial real estate. I was with developer Prologis, which is one of the largest developers in the world. So I developed industrial buildings all over the Midwest, including in Central Ohio, in all different areas around Central Ohio. And then for the last 7 years, I've been with JLL, which is a Fortune 500 real estate company, a global real estate company focused solely on industrial real estate. And my area of expertise is really what we call speculative buildings, which is buildings like these, where someone's going to build it without a tenant and then lease it out to tenants. So that's what I've done for really my whole career.
Okay, and in that career, how many acres, things of that nature? You have a very big bio, and I know you're a humble man. So explain to them what the nature of your experience is, particularly in Central Ohio and in developments along like a 36, 37 corridor like this.
Yeah, so going back, when I joined Prologis, I started doing industrial development, building industrial warehouses just like this down in Grove City. I built buildings in Columbus. Then I went out to Etna Township out east and built buildings. I built buildings down in Cincinnati. I built buildings up in Cleveland. Just about every industrial submarket I've done work in throughout Central Ohio.
And have you served on any BZAs?
Can I interrupt?
Oh, sorry, go ahead, ask your question.
We've got 6 applications to hear tonight. I'm sure you've got expert witnesses that are gonna give testimony, but if we go through all of their backgrounds, we're never gonna get through this tonight. So I'd ask that we really start to focus on what the application is.
Well, we are focusing, and I appreciate your comment. I think it's important for you to understand that the witness not only has deep experience in the general industry, he has a specific issue of whether or not a storage designation as a use is important to creating an economically viable option. He comes from a different view than the applicant, and I think that can be helpful for you in your deliberations. So if you can proceed.
What was the question?
The question was, have you had any experience as a BZA member?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so you're familiar with the exact issue of confronting a variance and in a warehouse context.
Yes.
Right. So if you would, explain to us a little bit about the particulars of this building and its location on 36, 37, and the types of tenants it will attract if it approves with the variance use for storage.
Yeah, so these are very typical industrial speculative buildings. And I use that word speculative because that's important because again, they're built without a tenant and then they would be available for lease, trying to attract tenants. And what's important is those tenants are gonna lease space in buildings that are approved for their use. And you know, regardless of what that tenant's primary business, they're going to have a storage use and a warehousing use as an accessory use. So if you think of somebody brings a server in for a data center, they're going to bring it into their location, they're going to store it, then they're going to test it, service it. Then when it's approved, they're going to store it again, and then they're going to send it back to that company. So having that use is really critical, and companies are not going to consider a building and then try to go get a variance or a conditional use permit or something. They'll just go to another community where there's an industrial building that's already been pre-approved for those uses.
And in your opinion, then, how long would it take for this to fill up if it didn't have a storage use?
It would be very difficult because again, there's speculative warehouses in New Albany, in the city of Delaware, in Dublin, in Columbus, you know, down at Rickenbacker. And so a company would look at this and say, well, this isn't going to work for my use. I'd have to go through a special process. If I go to this building in New Albany, I can move in tomorrow, and they would just move in. So it would be nearly impossible given other space alternatives.
So if I understand what you're saying, if I had a tech business and wanted to rent in here, if I had the server example, it wouldn't be an option for me, would it?
They wouldn't. It would be too narrow a focus because in addition to that, servicing that server, they're going to have some storage and warehousing component of their business, and they're going to want the zoning to be broad enough so that there's no question about what they can legally do in that building.
And from the standpoint of the business park itself, with the multi-uses, is there an advantage to having other uses such as the other co-applicant issue of apartments in the area? What would that do?
Yeah, so I mean, that's definitely a benefit. Employment's important for all these businesses. So anytime you see an industrial area, you want to have other uses nearby, both commercial retail uses as well as residential. Workforce housing is critical right now, so having multifamily nearby is definitely a benefit.
And then from the standpoint of, you do a lot with the financing of these projects, right? How does that not having the storage use impact the financing of the project from your side of the equation?
Yeah, so, these projects are very difficult to finance because, as I said, you don't have a tenant in hand, so investors are putting money in with the hope that they're going to find a tenant in the future, and so that makes these projects very high on the risk scale. And so an investor is going to look at this and say, well, it's already hard enough to invest in this, build the building vacant, and then hope to get a tenant, let alone finding a tenant that can fit into a much narrower use category than other locations. So it would make it, in my opinion, it would make it nearly impossible to finance something like this without without the correct uses.
So from that standpoint, it has a practical difficulty. It presents a lot of practical difficulty not having the designation of the NICS code for storage. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
And then from the standpoint of your familiarity, have you driven the area?
Oh, yeah.
And you're familiar with the other uses in the area?
Yep.
And how does that impact this particular project?
Yeah, so again, having wide different uses in the area is beneficial, and this creates employment, it creates payroll tax, and then the other uses feed back to the industrial as far as providing services.
And so I think your earlier statement was that it was in New Albany and Dublin business parks you were involved in. And in that context, are those direct competitors?
Yeah, so I mean, I think if you go out to New Albany and drive around, you'll see speculative buildings similar to this that are there that are zoned. Their zoning permits, warehouse storage uses, very broad zoning, and they're in this similar mixed use setting where you might have some apartments nearby, you might have residential, and you might have commercial, and again, that's what companies today are looking for.
And then, a question. It seems pretty obvious to me that some degree of warehousing and storage should be sort of integral with any business. Who was at the cloud meetings and the final decision processes that didn't allow this? What were the negatives from the trustees telling you why this was not part of your coding?
I think that's a great question. Although Mr. Marshall wasn't at those meetings, so if I could direct that question to Mr. Sabatino to answer, please go ahead.
I wasn't present in the hearings to put together the cloud of the BIL, and I think why we're here is we just can't believe, why would that happen? Like, why would warehousing and storage not be a permitted use? I don't know.
I mean, does that automatically open up just a whole lot of transportation and stuff that wasn't appropriate for that spot? Does anybody know the negative that is associated with not having that code?
I think that if you study the code, you see there are statements of what is permitted. And sometimes what happens when we design codes is there's incidental uses like storage was the exact example that aren't directly identified as being added to it. The code which you're speaking about doesn't exclude storage. It just doesn't mention the NACIS code 493. It mentions other ones.
Can you give us the exact definition of that?
Of 493, it is storage.
Warehousing
And storage is the code that it says. It doesn't describe it greater than that. But again, if you went to a concern about higher levels of things that are huge data centers and things of that nature, those have other codes. So all we're seeking is the variance to include that code in the zoning, which was approved, because for some reason, we'll speak to that.
Yeah, I just have a few comments on this. So you asked if
Could
there
you
was
give
a
your
second.
name again, please? Could you give your name again?
Joshua Nagy, Nagy.
Thank you.
Just a quick point of clarification, you're asking for a set definition. Again, I don't believe there is like a defined thing, it's just industrial warehousing. However, the United States Census Bureau puts forth guidance on what that would include, and it's literally what you would think it would include, just placing things inside of a unit to store it. I mean, that's literally what it says. And then it provides several examples of just general warehousing for industrial purposes, or incidental to, for example, if you were going to sell computer stuff out front, the back of your office would have a place for boxes and shelves, that sort of thing. And I do want to make a note too that in the code, in a different section, and I'd have to leaf through it, but in one of the other provisions that does lay out the NAICS codes, it does include industrial warehousing for some reason. So I'm not sure if there was a typographical error when 19 was drafted.
But I don't believe you were denied warehousing space. It was what you were asking for.
We're asking for a variance for it to be included.
With parking spaces and loading docks.
Yeah, the parking spaces and loading docks, we were approved for that. So what we're asking for this evening, and I understand that it's in front of you, we're asking just for the NAICS codes. We were approved under the cloud for our site plan, our building that includes those dock spaces, that includes our parking. We were approved for that. What we were not approved for was 493 NAICS code, warehousing and storage.
And I guess a further point of clarification is that we're in front of you today because the code as written for 19, which I understand is currently in notice and comment period to be added to the full resolution from what I was seeing. It's a little unclear in how the parking is written. For example, it was brought up in the underlying meeting that the maximum.
But I think that we probably should keep the parking separate. Right now, we're talking about the NIS.
Correct.
And we just need that clarified, and then if we can get that clarified,
Then we can move on to parking.
then the parking should be separate. And if we continue with your expert witness on why you feel that we need, that the 493 needs to be put a part of this variance.
Okay.
I think we should stay on track here.
Thank you very much. It was a question, but I understand your point and we'll move on. All right, Brian, so then in your expert opinion, it appears to be that you've concluded that as one of the largest commercial brokers and realtors in the central Ohio area, it's your opinion that without that NAICS code for storage and warehousing, that the project has such a problem that it probably won't get off the ground. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't even know, I've never been involved in all the projects I've done over 30 plus years. I've never been involved in one that didn't have that as an approved use right from the beginning.
Okay, thank you. If the board has no other, go ahead.
One question, because you said you also spoke about financing. You were a part of financing this type of warehousing. So you're saying that there is no possible way that this warehouse could be financed if it does not have NAICS code 493?
I think it'd be, in my experience, I think it'd be very difficult for that to happen.
And you have any type of information from, have you went and had that approved for financing, that you could not finance these buildings as approved currently?
I'm only interrupting because this particular witness really has not been involved in that aspect of it,
Okay,
okay? But the next witness does.
okay.
So as your point was, if we could move to the next witness,
Then we
that
can,
might get your exact
Question be
answer. We
answered.
could even start there with that, okay? All
okay.
right, thank you. Any other questions? If you do come up with questions, Mr. Marsh is staying, so we can answer those as well. All right. All right, Evan Ballmer, if you'll come on up. Well, that, sorry, I mispronounced your name. Just like a little.
This is all right.
All right, if you would,
Please state your name.
and confirm that you were sworn in, because some people come in late.
Yes. I was sworn in, Evan Ballman.
Okay.
How's that spelled, sir?
BALLMANN.
All right, Evan, if you would, you heard the question from BZA member Cook. Could you address that right away so she can get an answer to her question on the financing?
Yes.
Tell a little bit about your background, why you're answering it.
So I have over 2 decades of experience working for lenders, some of the largest in the entire world. And I currently am a mortgage banker with Berkadia Commercial Mortgage. the largest commercial real estate broker in town. So we arranged financing specifically for commercial real estate properties. Have done that several times with TNR properties. So that's my experience.
So the question is, you want to ask your question again? I don't want.
The question is, without having 493 NAICS code, would this be not denied financing?
Yeah, so in my expert opinion and doing the many loans that I have done, yes, this is not a financeable property. If you are an industrial property, but you can't attract industrial tenants, they're specifically not allowed in that project. No lender is looking for a property that is not able to have tenants in it.
And there's not another code that is approved that allows for some degree of capacitating your inventory or something. I'm still struggling with the fact that you can't store in big buildings. I don't get it. So there's got to be a glitch somewhere. It wasn't just left out accidentally. Has anybody told you, the trustees, or anybody rationalized why that's missing?
Again, I think that is a very good question, but I'm going to have Mr. Sabatino respond because he's on straight finance.
You're exactly correct. It very well could be a mistake, and we don't know either, but we know that there's been a lot of conversations about this through our projects. Mr. Marsh even submitted a letter to the trustees, building trustees, and on, I believe, the October 9th hearing, 2023, a few months ago, the trustees were speaking about 493 and how they could add 493 as a permitted use. No further action was taken on that, and I'm not aware of any plans to take action on that. So we're here before you, and you as BZA have the ability to make this project work, kick it off the ground by allowing this variance and permitting this warehousing and storage use.
And then, Mr. Harmon, if I could opine a little bit from the standpoint of the law, it isn't very clear to us why the particular ones that were listed under the BIO as an example, and then it are the ones that were chosen. Okay, all we know is that this one, which is the most important one, and the one that most people would say, oh, you're building a warehouse, but you can't store things in it, doesn't make sense. So from that standpoint, we can't tell you something that we weren't involved in, to answer your direct question. But when we look at the code language, there's nothing that says the exact opposite, that we were trying to prevent it, okay? And so on that level, again, the hardship that is financing, which Evan is speaking about directly from his really deep experience, says, yeah, it's an incidental use, which again, from a legal standpoint, is a common concept. There's certain words we use, like warehouse, that imply certain things. And so if you don't want warehousing of, let's say, huge generators, then you would exclude huge generators as a use that could go into that warehouse. If you had a safety concern for other things, you would exclude that. That's not in the code. So that's the reason we're here saying we need the variance, because then we know that when we go to the people like Evan and the people like Mr. Marsh that find tenants, right, that they have the fundamental thing they need, which is an understanding from that client or that bank financing, that they would directly be able to have the project go forward. So that's not just a hardship, it's a huge practical difficulty.
So question for you, when you bought this property, you did see the Berlin industrial overlay, Article 19.
I'll have Mr. Sabatino answer that.
Yeah, during our pre-application meeting, and I'll talk about this more as it relates to the multifamily as well, but the zoning chair at the time, the zoning inspector at the time, even the trustee stepping in, we're very excited, and we thought that we could do this, and we thought that we could make this change, knowing that that is what makes this project economically feasible.
But with this project and the uses that are spelled out in Article 19, is the land developable developable. Yeah.
It's a fun question.
Yeah,
Maybe.
absolutely not.
So there's nothing else that you could use this land for? Under the NIS codes that are spelled out?
Yeah, there are other uses, but because we don't have warehousing and storage, we can't even kick it off the ground because every industrial use to some degree has warehousing and storage.
If I may, Arjun, what initially attracted you to want this land? Was there something that the county had done that made this attractive, developed to begin with?
I mean, obviously this was in theory supposed to be, a quick process with zoning code that made sense. We quickly figured out that maybe it didn't, but this is an area that has economic development incentives like tax abatement, which are required for industrial development, among other things. However, the lack of warehousing and storage, we can't make it happen, no one can.
So I do want to bring up one additional point to the board. I know you said, I'm not bringing up parking to talk about parking, I'm bringing it up merely as an example that has nothing to do with actually discussing parking. But you were questioning Article 19 and how it's drafted. And again, that's the township's drafting, we didn't draft it. Not a member of the township to partake and have standing on that directly or individually. But under the parking, the way that it is written, the minimum parking that is allowed, or I'm sorry, the maximum parking that is allowed exceeds the minimum.
Right, and I think that was addressed in some of the documentation.
Correct.
And
So
that is in the works of.
Being correct.
So, and I'm only bringing that up as an example of something that isn't clear, that doesn't jive. And so when we're talking about the NACIS code being excluded, that would fit within that sphere from our view.
So the parking is already resolved as we got approved with the current parking that we have. So that is resolved. The real reason that we're here tonight, as it pertains to the industrial, is warehousing and storage. And I think we've kind of exceeded.
Can I ask a question on that point?
Yeah.
So we're saying it's resolved. So BZA 24001 is a specific request regarding parking, 126 spaces per building for a total of 500 spaces. So you're saying that's been resolved?
If we count on our plan right now, we have that amount of parking spaces, and that is what has been approved already. So that is already
Right, the site plan
resolved.
as part of the zoning has been approved, okay, with that number of spaces. So in that sense, the reason we were bringing up parking as part of the overall question before you tonight was because in the big scheme of things, it's hard to separate out the one side from the other side when you realize that what they painstakingly did is created 65% of open space throughout the course of the two to keep the rural character in the business park, which is exactly what Berlin wanted. And so on that level, again, without the storage in the ACIS code, it doesn't make the project viable. Why they began with what was a mixed use project under the BIO, but there isn't today in many communities, they have a separate category called the transitional MUD to deal with these. This code didn't have it yet because you have yet to update it to what is happening. That's why you have to come with a variance request as it relates to the issue of the NACIS code.
Yeah, so again, we're here for warehousing and storage in that use code. Do you have any other questions?
Yeah, do
for
you have any
Adam?
other questions for Evan?
So for 24001 and 24002, which are both the industrial requests, variances, basically the addition, what you're basically getting at, it's that omission of the 493 industrial warehousing code is what really is a question for both of those.
Correct.
Correct.
Nothing else.
Correct.
Correct.
What about the question of the 12 loading docks?
Yeah, again, same thing. We have 12 loading docks on the plan for each building, and we were approved.
On parking, wasn't there some back and forth on whether parking needs to be on the side of 3637, which is the front, or whether the front was on Plunkett, which was to be developed? You guys figure out where the building's facing?
There was a lot of back and forth with that. The building, I think, is technically, the front of the building is technically Plunkett, which is the spine road, but the parking is on the north side with the truck. I can
Yeah,
show you here.
sure.
Yeah, I mean, it was resolved is the answer to your question, but the parking is here for the employees with the truck and loading docks being screened by being in between the buildings that way.
Any other questions? Any other questions on financing? All right, so then just to make the record clear, it's your testimony that as an expert in financing of warehousing space without the storage and warehouse code, this project cannot proceed.
That is correct.
Any other questions for him? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes our presentation for the industrial portion. So I think now it's our desire for you to deliberate as you may, and then make a decision on the industrial, and then we're happy to go into the multifamily. Thank you.
I'd like to discuss BZA 24-001. And ask the board if there's additional questions. With this being a use variance, our standard for our decision is based on an unnecessary hardship. Unnecessary hardship occurs when it is not economically feasible to put the property to permitted use under its present zoning classification due to characteristics unique to the property. Unnecessary hardship does not exist unless the property is unsuitable for any of the uses permitted by the zoning resolution. So that's what we have to discuss and decide on, is that meaning of unnecessary hardship. And whether this applicant is facing that, is there any other use for this property if we're not able to offer a variance? So I would ask if you have additional questions for the applicant.
Anyone else that might want to give testimony on this piece? No, it's-
I would ask if there's any additional testimony at this time on BZA 24-001.
Not on the use application, on the use variance.
And I would like to discuss BZA 24-002.
All right, RJ?
I'm discussing
Yeah,
this.
this is a-
Oh, just that, I'm sorry.
So what's confusing to me is that in bringing up the documentation, there are three components to the documentation that are parking, loading, and then the absence of the code that you're discussing. But what I'm hearing is that the parking and loading has been resolved. So it should be, how should we?
Well, and I would ask the applicant, your documentation on it being resolved. Because as of what was presented to the BZA, that there wasn't a resolution, or else it wouldn't have been brought before us.
Well, the answer to that is that it was the big picture analysis, that parking, everything that they've done in the context of parking to screen it and other things were part of the approved site plan. So in that sense, that's how it's been resolved, okay? They accommodated all of the requirements that the trustees considered at that time. The only remaining issue was the NACIS code, but they're mutually dependent. You're not gonna have parking for storage if you don't have storage. So that's the reason we included those in there, not to confuse you, and I understand that that is one of the issues. But that's the reason we left them in the variance request. By the same token, if you were to say, those other things are not needed, then we're not going to grant you a variance, that would be fine. And then if you were to grant the variance for the NCIS code to be included, then we're resolved completely.
The minutes that I've read from your last hearing with the trustees, your case was dismissed.
We were, for the industrial, we were approved from the trustees through the VIO administrative process. We were approved.
The residential was.
Right, the residential was not, but the industrial was.
Yeah, but you've come back tonight with a use variance and an area variance, talking about parking spaces and loading docks.
And that's what I was alluding to on, both on 24,002 and 001. It's the three conditions and the variance, it says here specifically the variance request to the following conditions: parking, 126 spaces per building, and loading 12 dock spaces per building, and then the code. If these things were resolved, in theory, this would have been submitted only asking for a variance to include the 493 industrial and warehousing code.
That's
and
correct.
not necessarily reference the other things. I understand what you're saying, that one, there, but if it's proved already, you wouldn't be asking for.
Well, the strange part in the way in which the minutes are written, it said, these are conditions. So we had to deal with the decision that they made that these are conditions. They granted the zoning and then added conditions. All right, it's not within their purview to really grant those type of conditions. If they felt that we needed to get all three of the variances, then we had to bring them all to you. So because of the way they did that, we brought all three to you. That's the answer.
Questions from the board?
Can you take a second to deliberate?
What's that?
Can we take a second to deliberate? Can we deliberate?
We'll do that in just a minute. I want to go through Duncan versus Middlefield. Deliberate. So, as we discuss an area variance, what the board has to consider in granting an area variance is Duncan versus Middlefield, 23 Ohio State, 3D83, suggests 7 criteria for zoning appeal board to consider in deciding whether the owner has encountered practical difficulties. Those criteria, which are not exclusive, are, and I'll go through these and then I'll ask you to answer them, whether the property will yield a reasonable return or whether there can be a beneficial use of the property without a variance.
Okay, and you're looking for an answer to that question? And the answer is, under an area variance, the practical difficulties are demonstrated by what we've described in the evidence that's before you. And that is that the practical difficulty is that you can't do a economically viable use for warehousing, okay? And so from that standpoint, that the answer to that question is that we've met the requirement.
Mr. Sutton, one issue. What Mr. Zacks is saying, if he hasn't been sworn in and it's not testimony, it's legal argument essentially. So you understand that if you have the question and they're going to present evidence on that issue, but what Mr. Zacks is saying, that's not actually testimony if he hasn't been sworn in to testify.
Right, and that's why we had the initial testimony of Mr. Marsh and Evan to actually speak to that issue. And so in the Dalton factors, as you're describing them, there's a difference of Duncan. Excuse me, the Duncan factors. And as you know, as you begin the meeting with, there's a difference between use variances and area variances. The same evidence, like we said in the beginning, is as to both issues. But the outcome is a little different because the use analysis says there's no economic use. All right? Whereas the area says that there's a diminished economic use because of the practical difficulty. So clearly the testimony, in my view, all right, is that both of those witnesses plus Mr. Sabatino described exactly the situation for the area variance. And because he answered the question under the evidence that there really is no other viable alternative for a warehouse to be there that would make sense in a financeable situation, we believe he's also met the use criteria. And again, that is technically legal argument supported by the testimony which you've already heard.
I'm gonna continue to ask you these questions, so.
That's fine.
Whether the variance is substantial. These are questions that were in your application. You
Correct.
did not answer them on that application, so I've got to ask you for many of these. I don't think you've addressed it yet.
If I may, I think these are things that you are required to consider based on the evidence we presented. I'm not sure that I can tell you what to consider. I think you guys have to decide what to consider. But I would argue that, yeah, it's insubstantial. I mean, it's a minor deviation from what's already been set forth in the code. The code allows for computer manufacturing of components, which is magnets and things like that, that would generally cause pollutants such as lead, mercury. Those things are off-gas from computer parts manufacturing. It is allowed. It allows for precast concrete plants, which would cause road debris and things like that. What we're requesting is way less than all of that that's already allowed. So this is a very insubstantial request. They're unsubstantial.
Thank you.
Mr. Sutton, just briefly, once again, since Mr. Nagy, I don't believe has been sworn in, it's legal argument. It sounds like what you're asking is, what's the evidence, what's the testimony? If they make reference, it's already been testified to, they certainly can reference that. If you're asking the question and you want some testimony to answer the question, of course, you can request that.
Right. I'm not a material witness. Our witnesses are the witness. We're counsel here on behalf.
Whoever would like to answer these questions from your team.
RJ, if you'll do so, that would be helpful.
It's a very, same question,
Yes.
same answer, it's a very minor change.
Whether the essential character of the neighborhood would be substantially altered or adjoining property suffer a substantial detriment.
No. Nothing, very minor, yeah.
Whether the variance would adversely affect delivery of governmental services.
No.
Whether the property owner purchased the property with knowledge of the zoning restrictions.
I think that answer is a little less clear. I don't want to make a legal argument on this end. It's subject to Delaware County's overall economic development plan that was signed on to by Sterling Township to incentivize these sorts of growth and these sorts of industrial complexes to be built. As Mr. Sabatino alluded to earlier, that is in part what attracted him to come to the area, with Sterling Township's own agreements. Further, it was subject to the BIO as a preliminary plan. As you're aware, based on what we talked about earlier, that the resolution is currently undergoing amendments to implement section 19 of the BIO to the resolution. It is still an ongoing drafting process. And as we also indicated earlier, there are a couple typographical errors in the underlying overlay versus the actual what's being implemented through the notice of comment process. Therefore, there was knowledge that existed of this incentivization to bring this in. There was not knowledge necessarily of deficiencies related to drafting, which is what I would categorize this issue as.
We were told from the very beginning that the township was gonna work with us on making it through these errors and mistakes in the BIO, like the lack of warehousing and storage as a permitted use.
What year did you buy the property?
I don't have the date.
After the BIO was approved.
Correct.
Well,
It was adopted in
Yeah,
so is that-
November of 2020.
After our application made it through the trustee level.
pursuant to 512-021, not notice and comment. As an overlay.
Whether the problem can be solved by some other manner other than granting a variance.
It cannot.
Whether the variance preserves the spirit and intent of the zoning requirement and whether substantial justice would be done by granting the variance.
Absolutely it does.
Any other questions from the board? We're gonna take a quick private deliberation. We'll do that in a few minutes.
Thank you.
Mr. Sutton, if I may, two things. One,
I guess I would move to admit our evidence to the record.
I'm gonna hand each of the BZA members draft forms designed to be neutral, meaning they do not support granting or denying what is pending before the board, but forms for the board's use of consideration. And one question, you want me to join the board in the deliberation?
Board members, we have a series of the actual articles describing what seems to have been the incident that we're talking about, where storage and warehouse is kind of not directly understood. And so we attach those as additional evidence to proper, because it's clear that
And then we have copies for everybody else. I just want to.
at the project inside and outside based on the articles.
We're not gonna be able to enter those into.
Okay. All right, well then we're just gonna prop them into the record.
You wanna leave them with us?
We will do that. We'll do.
We're attempting to proffer these, chair, so, you know. I don't know, how do you handle that?
If they want to admit something as exhibits, what weight you give it, it's your decision as to what weight you give it. If they want to admit it as exhibits.
We're not putting witnesses on to go through it, we're proffering it as evidence for the record.
We're not gonna consider that evidence tonight. That should have been submitted before now.
Okay, so you're.
That's all right. If that's what he decides, Chair, we respect your decision.
Thank you. Make sure we're on the record.
Mark, did he? Yeah, I didn't know. Mark, hey, Mark, I don't think it was clear it was for the public. I didn't know that was for the public either, so maybe.
Just got like flipped out of his chair. Workers comp.
I can pause it now, okay, yeah.
One, because you know when he asked me for all the recordings, I had I don't think it's clear that none of the public can stand up. I don't even know, I can't follow any of this. I don't know, it's asked for further comment. Yeah, but not, he asked for something, I don't remember him asking for testimony or. I don't even know what's going on. I don't understand.
This is so confusing.
I get it. I don't understand what's happening. And I've been in zoning since 1998.
That's a long damn time.
We've been really stressed about this.
I know.
And I couldn't keep track of all these.
How do you do this all the time? Because I'm not usually having to keep track of more than 30 minutes. Then I start with a beard or a plaid jacket or.
Until they identify themselves, a lot of times I'll put like blue suit.
Yeah.
Or striped tie, red striped tie, burgundy tie. I'll do stuff
And
like
then you have to go
that.
back and add the.
Correct, I have to go back and edit.
Oh, it's terrible.
Yeah.
And that's why you can't. You live in Franklin County, that Christmas is about the Franklin County, and she's the guy with this Mrs. That she stood up so fast, I was at her. And so she screams out with it. Also, she actually, the daughter is under the pool, not her. Guess who said on the record that she paid all these medical expenses? Yeah. Yeah, it was crazy.
That's funny.
It was funny, but then her insurance, maybe when they got there, they didn't notice it right here. You know, like if you're thinking about they might say, oh, evidence. But maybe they were able to take it anyway, and then for whatever reason, this I remember. I can't.
Yeah, I've actually showed up. Correct. Yeah. I know, like, well, that's like.
That's what I'm saying, I was like,
Yeah, right.
I thought about it years ago, it was so much. And so much, oh God, it was too much.
Well, I miss being in the courtrooms during the day. I mean, I do my investigations during the day, but yeah, this is just a nice gig for me.
Yeah, right, you just do what's going on.
But I mean, I've done it for 17 years, so.
Oh, that long.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you don't do the courtrooms then, right?
No,
That's the one, yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean,
That could get interesting.
oh,
Do you do
yeah.
depositions still then? This could be interesting.
Oh, yeah.
No one wants to.
I would say domestic.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, the domestic score, somebody comes over and takes somebody.
Oh, you see that?
Oh, yeah.
Do they have security there? Like, you're like, wait, am I in the lost person right now, or where am I? I know, right?
What's happening?
That's when you start breaking this.
Yeah. You're like, should I need to be armed for this?
I know.
See, during my day job, I deal with suicidal ideation.
Do you really? Or when the people start like that?
Yeah,
That makes
a lot of
sense.
times you'll get into
Right, and totally understands. And then there are some of them I totally get that. Oh, I didn't really think about it.
So I deal with suicide ideation, workplace violence. I mean, in the last 2 weeks, I've had 2 workplace violence incidents. But I am leading, and this is crazy. I am in second place in Amazon Americas, North America, South America. I am in second place for theft cases.
With you, so this our driver's contract.
They're like,
You guys are great.
No, they didn't have this problem. And they were real protesting. Like about a year and a half ago. They both got shot. They were delivered like 3 minutes apart, which is a problem in itself, because one, they should have messages. Two, and after that, they did a huge initiative to hand out this.
But it was all okay. In the end,
They don't have to wear it, but we're like for your safety.
Yeah, it does help when you see it. And I guess so, they're famous, but it does help me to see a guy walking around. It's parking my driveway.
Just last year.
Well, that was no problem.
So it was June of 23. I got woke up at 6:50 in the morning with a phone call from my global security operations in Arizona telling me that I needed to be up and on a call in 2 minutes because they're gonna shoot me. And I was like, holy crap. So I'm getting up out of bed, and like I said, this was a Sunday morning, it was Father's Day. I'm getting up out of bed and I'm on my phone and I'm like, okay, can you confirm? I said, was the shooting on site? And they said, be on the call in 10 minutes. So I'm putting on a zip up hoodie and I'm trying to get and there was like 23 of us from across the nation on this call.
They got some pictures. Oh, my camera's working, I'm sorry.
Oh, man. Well,
What was it?
Yeah, a driver got shot. He got shot 3 times by a guy over here racist.
Why? Were these suspicious?
No, and here's the thing, so there was a lot of red flags. He didn't die, but he got jacked up. Guy shot him 2 times with a shotgun. The first blast. He'd already made it.
To the guy's house?
Yeah. The guy's in jail. He's 56 years old. And she had it set for the 8 a.m. delivery. This guy showed up at 4:33 in the morning. He delivers them, and he was told specifically to go around the back.
Oh, my God.
And at first I thought it was a setup.
Yeah.
I really did. When I heard those details initially, I was like, this is and then he's returning to his vehicle and he gets the first shot. So he felt the first blast. He didn't even understand what was going on. Yeah. And he turns. I think he was 26.
I knew you were gonna say that, my son. Yeah.
But he turned and realized the guy was about to shoot him again. So he put his back to him and the blast shot his back. And then as he was trying to get in his car and get away, the third shot hit him in the face and started firing. And he caught his car. So he got in his car and ran to the gas station there on Norton Road. There's a marathon. Ran to the gas station, called his brother, who was also running in. He came and got him to the sheriff. So his brother calls the sheriff. The sheriff meets him at the gas station. They go back to the house. And they arrest him.
When the guy was out of the hospital.
Oh, yeah. He went to the hospital and they went back and arrested the guy.
But the thing is, someone's running away from the house. No, if they've done something, it's not worth someone's life.
But he wasn't even running. He was walking because he had already dropped into the picture.
And that's not right. And say, for example, you run away and you leave your house. That's not a shoot. That's not That's insane.
Well, Ohio has a law. Correct.
It doesn't feel like no life is in danger. Yeah, right?
The guy that already turned and was walking back to his car.
That's horrible. That is,
And that's why he's in jail.
Oh, we should
Look at
That's really sad. That is so bad. That, you just try to earn a small paycheck, and that's an early morning time. I try to avoid that unless it's emergency or something, that's early. But I had the dogs out one time at like 6:30 in the morning. That's early. 6:30 in the morning. I was the dogs out. And I'm at the front, and the dogs are out there. And I'm like, what? Like, I was so shocked that, like,
A lot of them carry dogs.
huh?
A lot of them carry dogs.
Okay, what?
Dog biscuits.
Oh, did they really? I have one of those. They just bark. That's 6 months.
A lot of people, one driver, she got married to a dog and they opened up the door and turned the dogs out.
On purpose?
Yeah. Yeah, it's
That happens. Why?
no, I think they did it intentionally. No. She was out for like 4 weeks. She had
It's I grow small dogs and they want, they're just small dogs. They don't bite us. One part to water, yeah, that is
in Kentucky, they call
They know, but they'll run out, and they'll, that's part to what I was to him because he's a little bit excited over there going, I mean, he's the one that spies they're always looking at it. So, yeah, they would never hurt anyone but people. My older dog was guys, and I wanted to get a dog that helped me for that.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome. And then Fritzy was out. And then so my son's coworker is having Chihuahua. This is Yorkie. Chihuahua. So I'm like, oh my God, this sounds like it. I did want a small dog. So he's the same thing. It's like, never seen it. He doesn't play like 6 or 8 hours a day.
Yeah.
When he has a chase drive from here down the strip, so dangerous. It was insane. And then I got the book, but he was, but he does, because, you notice some potential dangers. But I remember thinking, before I had one, like, it was I was thinking more than big plastic chihuahua. I don't think they're insane. Chihuahuas are. I can see it for a picture, and you never want to have another person. It's a one person dog. It's very cute. I think some people would be fine. They're known. I had one in a 3-legged dog park, and it was guarding for a sister, and it was like literally. Yes, mine never shakes. When they brought the mom out, then she's a white chihuahua. They brought her out, she was shaking shit. Donna, I think when you saw the puppy, he's always shaking like 5 times. When he saw the puppies, I remember I could see this little boy, like puppy, but he's the one who like shaking. And I've never had just. And the mom was actually the mom was 2. And then I've had puppies for 3 years. Wow. And now it's the first time I've not had a puppy for very long time. So I remember having. Yeah, the Chihuahuas are insane. How about 4? How would you like 4? One point they're small, but the body change, it sounds the same as sister. I haven't seen her music in 5 years. I've only had my niece twice in my lifetime. So 3 years. And they're 12 and 7. Had them on the same when they run out the back door. And smell like the spot. Like 4.5 months. And I'm telling you, they were so, I mean, it was not because they didn't know the system. But they would run over there and then instantly, even do anything. They all so even now, like I can be gone from them for that because they're getting a little better, but I don't know because sometimes mom, like,
And they all go.
then they all go. But now I know donut though is the oldest of like the dads never you were older for 12 hours. So I do have to but then I have a blanket as well. Rather than they want that, but how do you change that? I knew it was getting hard. Right? Who did it? I got settled.
That's crazy.
But I was so bad. I deal with the mom.
That's funny.
Crazy dog right there.
Call our meeting back to order, please. I believe there was an individual that wanted to give some additional testimony. If you would, please, were you sworn in earlier?
Yes, I was.
Could you state your name?
My name is Rich Newell. I live at 160 Lackey Old State Road. And my neighbors and I have been through this process since the beginning, when the overlay and all this was being discussed. And we went through time, weeks, days, and months talking about how we would like it formatted. And the results are what we have. Now, as far as the warehousing goes, a lot of that was discussed in brief order because there's so many of the NCIS. And they were left out because it was unknown what type of warehousing it could be, whether it could be chemicals or dangerous goods with kids around here in schools. That's why a lot of our conversation was focused around. We didn't have legal eagles coming in and saying you can isolate or be specific about don't allow this, don't allow that, don't allow that. So however you decide on the NCIS code. But part of this also comes back to the work and effort that we all put in as a community to determine the zoning that you all are having to contend with. Nobody goes out, in my opinion, and buys something that they're not astute about what they're buying. Caveat emptor, right? You don't buy a minivan or a Mini Cooper when you got 20 kids. Doesn't make sense. This was all in place prior to the purchase of the property. And why it wasn't addressed, I have no idea. I can't comprehend why somebody would go out and buy something that they know they can't feasibly do with it. Any questions? That's all I have.
Thank you. Is there any additional testimony?
As it relates to the dangerous chemical storage, that's already in the BIL prohibiting any, I guess, quote, bad boy uses of what could be a nuisance or dangerous or so forth. That's already in the BIL. We're not asking for that. As it relates to us purchasing something, knowing what the BIL already contemplated, the BIO still is not formally implemented. The BIO is currently being amended, right? We had a pre-application meeting, we had our many meetings with the township, and we were told, we were represented to, that they, the township, would work through these substantial issues like the lack of warehousing and storage. We proceeded that way with that representation.
This was adopted in 20. No, it's not. This is adopted, it is.
I didn't hear that, I'm sorry.
I think he's saying it's not part of our zoning, but right here on the top of it, it says it was, this Article 19 was adopted by Berlin Township, or by Township trustees on 11/23/2020. So it is part of our zoning resolution, so.
I think that's a good point, it is, but when you read through it, you recognize that incidental uses such as warehouse and storage
Right.
make sense. And
I'm
so
not
that
saying
also is
it's-
in there.
I'm not saying it's perfect, but it is.
No, I agree with you, but I think that the quick response is also making the point that when you buy something and processes involved to fix things like that, you do have a reasonable expectation that it will be fixed accordingly.
Right.
Thank you.
So in our deliberation, there are several items that came up. And I'll go over them and then I'll ask for a motion. But the question of the NAICS 493 industrial warehousing, we as a board feel we need more information on what that definition is and what it would do to the complex, and then if there was a reason it was left out. If it was just an oversight, that's what we would like to learn. There's also confusion that's been created by saying that you no longer need the variances for parking spaces and dock space. And if we ruled against that, and then in fact whether we ruled for it or against it, or did not rule, because you said you already had it, and then down the road you find out that you didn't. We're just really confused why you no longer need to have that, have the 126 spaces per building, and then the 12 dock spaces per building. So I'm going to ask for a motion that we table this discussion until we find out the specifics on those items. Do I have a motion?
Point of order. From the standpoint of the motion, would we understand how long are you looking for that information from us, or are you looking at it from some other source?
I believe we have 10 days.
Well, there's no specific time. What Mr. Zaks is asking is what you folks consider is testimony and evidence. If what you're saying to Mr. Zaks is, Mr. Zaks, we have these questions. If you intend to present additional evidence to us to answer these questions, we would like to continue this to a date and time certain. I think that's what Mr. Zaks is asking. What it sounded like possibly is you're saying in questions, get some other sources. This hearing's not designed for you to get evidence from other sources. It's from what is being testified, what's being presented, what's being proffered here at the hearing. So once again, if I understand Mr. Zaks correctly, he's saying he's listened to your questions, and are you saying to him you'd like to continue this? It's necessary for Mr. Zaks to have some time to present that testimony and
Yes.
evidence to you.
Yeah, the question is whether you're asking the applicants to provide that information to you, or whether there's a third party where you're going to get the information from, and we would have notice of that to be able to understand where it's coming from. Because again, we don't have that direct answer today to give to you because it was not within our purview.
No, we're looking for clarification from the township trustees and from the BZC.
And are there people who have indicated to you specifically that this coding would be changed?
Yes, October 9th, 2023 minutes, trustee Megan Rail and trustee Ron Bullard.
And then why was it included in your application?
I'm sorry?
Why did you include it in the application? We wouldn't have had to be considering that tonight.
For warehousing and storage, the use?
Yes.
I'm saying that You asked.
Yeah, they didn't solve it, but you indicated
They indicated that,
they were gonna work on it.
yes.
Or that's kind of what are we allowed to pursue that through the trustees and say, why exactly hasn't this been handled? Because it's sort of a weird thing just to dump on this board with no rationale. If you've been told one thing, we'd like to verify what it is they intend or intended. Is that something we're allowed to do?
Well, to answer the question, the issue before you on the use variances, are there unnecessary hardships, as you know, and practical difficulties on the other variants? In terms of the evidence, if you have a question about additional evidence, the applicant, if you're gonna continue this to a date and time, certainly applicant can provide that evidence to you. It's up to the applicant to provide the evidence. So if you say you have these questions and you would like additional evidence from the applicant and continue the hearing, it's up to the applicant who they want to have come to testify to provide that information for you.
That's correct from the standpoint of if the issue is what the trustees did previously, then we would have to bring those witnesses before you as part of our application in order to answer that question. Or whether you were gonna on your own try and talk to them and find out the answer, which is my question. That's why I asked for the point of order, to understand what it is that you're describing. Basically, the evidence that we presented to you today, under the rules that you operate under, in order to obtain the variance, based upon the factors that we described in the evidence. That's why we wanted you to make a decision today, because we really believe that the incidental use related to storage should have been included in the code and is implied by allowing warehouse and storage. And any reasonable person would say that. If the construct is different than that from the standpoint of the trustees say, well, we really didn't get around to it, it's a mistake, whatever, we would have known to bring them up because we're presenting the evidence under Dalton that really addresses all of the issues that you have before you. And sorry about that, everybody.
It's as simple as a grocery store not having groceries. It's an industrial business park. Warehousing and storage is required in any industrial building, any industrial business park.
I guess I don't want to make myself a witness, but I do want to offer what the United States Census defines NAICS 493 as. This is a quote, direct quote. Operating warehousing and storage facilities for general merchandise, refrigerated goods, and other warehouse products. These establishments provide facilities to store goods. They do not sell the goods they handle. These establishments take responsibility for storing the goods and keeping them secure. That is the definition from the United States Census Bureau.
But that definition is not in the Berlin Township Article 19.
That's correct, but none of
493 is not in 419, so why?
No, but even in the NCI.
That's what we're asking for a variance to do.
Right,
That's
but
what I just read.
in your code, the other ones that are listed don't have definitions like that. They refer to the code.
NAICS
Code. So they do it by a standard of what the code means.
Did you ask the BZC for that to be included?
We're asking the board for a variance to be able to do that use in this area. That's what we're here to ask for.
We're not the legislative body of zoning. We can only rule on what is in the zoning code. And that code is not in Article 19.
We're asking for a variance from what's written in the code, which is your function.
You're asking for a variance from something that is, but it's not in that section that we can grant that.
Nor is it excluded. That's the problem that you have. That's the problem that we have. That's why my question was, as a point of order, whether you want us to do that variance if you were to table a discussion for that limited issue. So that's where we are right now. But if we apply the Dalton code.
Would you like to enter?
I need a quick minute to talk to Tony.
Thank you.
I wish it had something to kill the pain of the seats.
I know, right? The last time. Is off the record now?
I had two attorneys go over and take over each other on time.
Really? Usually they try to be dispassionate, you know? Oh, that's funny.
Fortunately, people down the hallway are getting motions. Yeah.
When the girls were all good. Once it starts.
We used to coach.
Just stop.
Right?
No. We don't want to. We don't have a weapon.
There's no respect anymore. There's no, you can't have anything because of your thing.
I know it's going.
Oh, it's. Yes. I did a review on her. What's your response? She was a driver. Yeah. And she had like $800 to secure up. So I was talking to her on the phone. I have a witness on the call. We get to the place where she said that she said she was not working in the house. Well, they all know that you're supposed to work at the station, right? But it was like $843. And so I'm talking to her and I'm like, okay, well, I said, you do realize this address. Everything that you take, everything that leaves and goes on your vehicle.
That's the way we use it.
She was.
How did she not?
Well, she was stunned. She was just.
Where'd she throw this stuff away?
Family looked tired.
She said, is there a black box in the vehicle?
No, because this was her first one.
Oh. Wait, it was in her purse. But someone left this in her purse.
Well, see, that's it. Last site, that's what I said, they're like, you want to drive our Amazon. They drive their personal vehicle.
Yeah, but how did this stuff get in her personal vehicle?
That's what she delivers out of.
Yeah, but how did someone else, so
No,
it's
she
left,
was the driver.
she was there, but who put it in her purse?
She did.
She put it in her, but she threw it away.
Yes.
But she realized it was left over. Was it left over?
Yeah, well, no, it was supposed to have been there. So the whole thing is she's
And then she got
lying.
fired.
Yes. Because she was just offended. She was so offended by this call. My witness was like, what the crap? And I was
I
like,
do
yeah.
not think that, it's like, say for example, that you have a cash register, I mean, I don't know how the law is with the cash register, but like, if you, I don't know what the rules are, there's different rules of that. How can you be expected that you're not gonna be one?
Right? She was totally against.
What? So she didn't get a paycheck either.
She became a customer.
She what? She became a
Became a
customer.
customer. That's what we call being promoted to customer.
So, to continue what we were discussing, what the board would like is to table this to a future date and time that we can agree upon in the very near future. We would like to have you bring back more evidence on this code that you're requesting, plus clarification on who told you that you no longer needed a variance for the parking spots and the loading docks.
Thank you for that point of clarification on the point of order. I guess
Do I have a motion from the board to table these two items
sorry.
until
Yeah,
Give us one second.
dates?
we have no further evidence, and we prefer that you just vote this evening.
I'm gonna ask again for a motion to table this.
Mr. Sutton, essentially, if I understood what he indicated, he's saying they don't intend to present any additional evidence. If that's correct, then if it's.
Besides those documents that were.
If it's.
Thank you, I think you were clarifying that, let me speak to the issue. If I understand what you're requesting us to do, you're requesting us to bring evidence of what the NICS code says, which we've already presented. That comes direct from the NICS code that was read into the record a minute ago. So from that standpoint, I don't know what other evidence on that issue we could do. If you're asking us to give you evidence on who told us that we no longer needed it, that was not our position. Our position was that because the site plan is approved, it already includes those items. And the reason we included them as part of the variance request was simply because of the nature of the mixed use.
So at the April 24th, 2023 meeting, trustee Rahal asked Sabatino if he compared the NAICS codes he brought forth to the ones that are specifically called out in the VIO, to which he said no. He said he misunderstood and asked real estate experts and municipalities as to which ones are attractive to potential business owners. She told him to compare what he has, what is allowed in the VIO, and strike the ones that are not called out in the VIO.
Those minutes being included as part of the appeal or part of the variance request?
Did you have additional discussion after that?
I mean, the evidence that we presented this evening is overwhelming. we need what we need, warehousing and storage. Everyone needs warehousing and storage in any business park in order for it to thrive, or in order for it to even happen. Our evidence is our evidence, and we ask you to vote.
Did you have further discussion with trustee Ray held after, you said April 24th, 2023 about the NA?
Yeah, again, Brian Marsh submitted a letter, I'm not sure exactly when in time, however, it was also discussed in another hearing, like October 9th, I believe is the date. I didn't personally speak with trustee Rail, that is the deliberation between the trustees as it relates to 493 warehousing and storage.
Mr. Stark, I think the issue of, let's assume from the moment that he did have a conversation with her, okay? That's not evidence in this hearing, all right? The evidence in the hearing is overwhelming, as he has said, under the case factors in evaluating the area variance, because the code didn't speak to that particular use by NAICS code. In the various minutes, those issues were brought up, but they have them. That doesn't change their responsibility and their duty to address the variance question today under the area and the use variances for the industrial property. That is why my client is asking for them to put it to a vote, and why they can't present additional evidence that doesn't exist. If we're being asked to find evidence of something that doesn't exist, I don't know how we could ever meet that burden.
Okay,
So on that basis, we are asking.
This is evidence in this hearing tonight.
It is not evidence that answers the questions that you asked.
This was in your application, and it is evidence for the BZA to consider in making this decision. You're asking for this code to be included, and at this meeting, the trustee asked about it, and there appears to be no additional follow-up was ever made to agree to this code.
Which element of the Duncan factors does the trustees' comments go to?
Do what?
Which element of the Duncan factors do the trustees' comments go to, in your mind? Since you were evaluating this under the Duncan factors, I'm curious to know which factors we're related to, so that way we can help provide evidence to support what it is that you're looking for. Whether the change is significant? I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
I'm just questioning.
Yeah,
Okay.
Okay, but that's a suggestion, that's not an answer yet. Okay, I'm not trying to pigeonhole, just ask
The
them.
concern we would have, and the reason I'd love to ask the people who decided these codes, why it isn't there, is if the proximity to the home, since you're right in the fringe of the R4 and all the rest of this stuff that's controversial, if storage and warehousing involves the same type of thing that the Kroger facility a mile to the west has, you've got a massive amount of trucks and disruption as opposed to somewhere else in a more intensive industrial area. That may have been a concern, we don't know, that's what I'm trying to.
So I would,
Let's answer your.
I understand your question.
We have a question on the floor here that he asked, and we'll go through them, whether the property yield a reasonable return or whether there can be beneficial use of the property without a variance. So it's an economic issue. Is there something else you can do with this property if we don't offer this variance?
I'm sorry, let me reiterate my question, or
Property.
I think they have to talk to Tony, because they're not understanding the use for area variance.
Well, the question on the table was the trustees' comments, and my response was, which factors are we looking to those trustees' comments to establish? Your response, from what you've said, is economic impact. The trustees' comments provide evidence for economic impact.
These questions were in your application.
Or you're asking for the trustees'
These questions were in your
interpretation
application.
of those factors.
They were in your application, they were not answered. So that's why we went through these line by line, asking you to answer these.
Yeah, we'll answer them again if you want to.
So, again, you asked a question, and I would say, is there beneficial use of the property without a variance? You do something else with the property.
Absolutely not, as
Can
the
you
area
farm it?
variance.
It's on farm ground for years.
Yeah, that wasn't the intent of, trying to implement the BIO was the farming.
He asked the question, so now I'm following through with asking the questions. Whether the variance is substantial,
No, absolutely not.
you're asking us to give a code
It's a,
that it's not currently in
it's a much,
section 19 of our zoning
it's
code.
a much less intense use than things that already exist in the BIO. It's not manufacturing.
Whether the essential character of the neighborhood would be substantially altered or adjoining properties suffer substantial detriment.
Absolutely not.
I want to ask about government services, whether the property owner purchased the property with knowledge of the zoning restrictions.
Again, we purchased the property with the representations from all of our hearings, pre-application meeting, that we could work through these substantial issues of
That's
the
not
lack
the
of
question. And you purchased it in what year? 21?
23, after we were approved at the trustee level for the BIO.
Okay.
So you
With
purchased
the lack of
it
uses.
under the Article 19 NIS codes that were available at that point, with the hope of having a variance to include 493.
With the understanding, yes, that the Berlin Township would understand that this code is required for an industrial development of any capacity. Warehousing and storage is required for any industrial development.
Whether the problem can be solved by some other manner other than granting a variance.
No.
The only other possible answer to that question is if the code was changed before we asked for our variance, and the code was added, or there was an exclusion for this type of use, neither of which fact pattern has happened to bring us here today to ask for the variance. That's what happens in almost every variance request. We're asking the BZA to diverge and understand the practical difficulties which have been established, I believe, by the testimony. And on top of that, well, what we would be asking is to say what type of evidence there was. So if you go to one of the other factors for a moment, all right? BZA member was asking the question of, well, there's something down the street and we're potentially afraid if we grant this variance, that it's going to end up being, we're letting in the business park a facility like the Kroger's facility down the street. That was the implication. We've said that based upon the site plan, that isn't what is going on. Based upon the evidence, that isn't what's going on. And as a result of that, there's no substantial issue in terms of that's the use that people who live near it are worried about. When you look at the things they've done in the transitional area that this is as a business park, sadly, that when Berlin Township, not necessarily your board, but the community, decided to put in the business park, that's where they put it.
This is again.
They bought it knowing that.
A straightforward request for warehousing and storage, which again is a requirement for any industrial building or industrial park. Our evidence is outstanding and very simple and straightforward. Therefore, we're requesting a vote this evening.
I will ask the board for a motion. Or one of you make the motion, which direction we go on. We'll start with.
Point of order, you draw the motion to table.
We'll start with BZA 24-001.
Just briefly, what Mr. Zaks is saying is you made a motion to table. He's asking if you're withdrawing that motion to table this.
Yes. Yes. The motion never passed, so yes, that motion has been withdrawn. And we will, I'll ask for a motion to vote on BZA -24-001. Do you want
Yeah.
to go discuss it?
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna take a 3-minute break here and we'll be right back.
Yeah, I think we're crossing the threshold here with the
Oh, I know that's the issue. They were like, what?
It's like, I was ready to go. Yeah, we dressed, and so it's quite a bit of road to get distracted by. Beautiful all around like that.
It is. No,
Where are you from? Seriously? Did you have a southern
Which
I
part
was
of
assuming
Columbus?
deep south.
The southern part?
Yeah, I was assuming deep south. I was like, really?
What part of Columbus? Your parents or your mom from the south or anything? No one? Okay, just carry on. I kind of thought the same thing too. It's funny.
It's like he's got to be from the south.
I'm from the south, but you can't tell.
Yeah, but you got high-wise.
Yeah, I do. That's funny. That's funny.
I used to work with a lot of Ukrainians, and we used to call them Americanized. Americanized. Okay. Because they would always, the adults would, I am not speaking language. So the kids would ask them, and these kids, they would do English as good as I do.
Isn't that crazy how when you're young, you can learn anything? It's, when you get older, it's like, oh, my grade school.
He's 26 years old. He has 5 kids, 26 years old.
Who is that?
He's my head gardener. Yeah. He's 6 years old and he is impressive. 6 languages.
How does he know, is he from a different country?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He's originally from Somalia and he.
Oh my gosh.
This kid, he's
Hard worker?
Yes. He is very good. And I gotta tell you, him knowing 6 languages is extremely helpful.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it is. What languages does he know?
Spanish, French, Somalian. He also
English.
speaks, yeah. And his English is spot on. But he also speaks, in Telugu.
Oh, yeah, like that.
Indian.
You're making me tired just talking about that.
He's an impressive young man.
Russian?
That's experience.
Right, but. Record
Interesting.
It'll have it, it'll show the timeline.
I can put the time codes in.
Please do. Yes.
Oh, where's the other one? St. Albans. Where's that? Alexandria. Yeah. Well, it's well, they're dealing with it right now because they're on the campus. They're dealing with, yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Interesting.
Yeah. There's most of those ties. Right?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I put a list, so I had to get my cardiologist's office at 7:30. So I would come in, I had to work until 4:30, and then had to change clothes. So I had 5:40 to head up here because I live in New York City. So I left at 5:49, and that's when you're not in, and I said, no, I gotta keep moving. And I didn't get to work, so I put the post office. Yeah. It was a nice video. I told him, I said,
See some, yeah.
say, I'll be back later.
Maybe not. It's a long day.
Yeah, he's just kind of here.
And see, I grew up in I don't have that stuff. I get Ohio eyes.
Well, see, my boss was up today and he's from Kentucky, so he's very, very low. You know, the way he talks, he's very strong.
Yeah.
He said he's trying to really bring mullets back again.
What?
He's trying to bring a mullet back. You gotta fall in this chair.
No more.
Yeah. He's,
People do it.
and he used to have one. When I first knew him about 4 years ago. He's got 3 kids now.
Like 30?
Yeah, he's gotta be close to 40.
No one already wants them all.
Yeah.
Nobody.
He's trying to grow his hair out. He took his hat off and showed me today. He's trying to grow his hair out. He's like a little mullet.
Do we still have these other ones? Wait, how do we all these?
Yeah.
Wait, these other,
Yeah. Well, I said,
but we haven't done.
a new record.
Oh, wait, we haven't done.
That's 07.
I haven't read these yet. Oh. But if you have, I only read 3.
It's the industrial. Yeah, they've been doing
I'm
that.
glad you guys read these. I felt like I read 6. I don't know why.
Because you were reading for a while.
I was, especially the first one.
threw me off. Swearing in, because they. I don't know, and that's why I was like.
But don't they have?
No, it doesn't.
Oh, that's bound by whatever. See, well, it depends on what you're. What rule there was.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah. Well, I counted, because I do a hair count, we put oranges in. And all of a sudden, the guy starts talking, because that's wrong. And they were like, are you sure? I said, yeah. And I said, because I counted, and there was only 8 people, where it's changing, it wasn't wrong. And they were like, sir, you not smart, he goes, no. I changed my mind.
Good eyes. I don't know, you have to get many people.
I do a head count, when they all stand up. like
Thank you.
that.
Yeah, right, so I don't know how you can do it.
And Mark has it sounds SAEs.
I just, years, orange used to be horrible, like popcorn, I really determined popcorn test. People in this
popping
up.
Wait, was that, how long ago was that?
It's been a while, Brett pretty much read that.
Right?
Yeah, Brett was awesome. I love the orange now, because
Yeah. And who's the, oh, who's doing it now? It's, new guys, is there?
A Street, yeah.
Brett was awesome. Brett left because he's white.
Yeah. She got a good gig up there. Yeah.
Okay. Because I think they had, when I was zoning commission, I was leaving to get home, and I saw a zoning commission over there, wasn't my neighborhood, and I was like, I couldn't stop and say hi, but he's in his car park with me and stuff, but he goes in my neighborhood, but I wanted to say hi, and then we could just talk about it.
Yeah, I was there for Brett's last one, yeah. We were all like.
No, he's a good hard worker, he's very highly talented.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's so organized now, it's ridiculous.
Right? It's a little bit too organized.
Yeah, I go there and I'm like, this is awesome.
It is good, it is.
Yeah.
They have them all in one night now, so now they have people just speak up when they're allowed to.
Yeah, they control it pretty well now. Kelvin Trebs is the chairman.
Who is it?
Kelvin Trebs.
Oh, yeah.
And he does a good job.
Does he? And then Stacy Neff is on there now. Do you know Stacy? She's
Sue
new.
Ross is now the vice chair. She's
What do you think of her?
She came from PAL.
Yeah, she's a city clerk.
And I had worked with her at PAL doing different jobs. She has a good mind for it though.
Yeah, she does.
She's fair. She's
Is she fair? Good.
Yeah,
We
she's-
appointed her even though we didn't really like her. It's a long story.
I decided to go years ago.
Oh, wow.
So somehow we were this, I mean, it's only happened like this. So I think we kept on the same. So this trend came up and
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. The back.
So then then she got back. I want to be a friend. How, right, what's the point? It's so weird though that we did that. Isn't that crazy that?
You're good. Oh, so far, I thought I was confused.
I'm like, don't unplug me.
Yeah, that is a little bit.
Yeah.
This is all.
I can go home to wake the dogs, can't be alone for 3 hours. They have to go inside their eyes. This is our away, and then there's Thursday and Friday. And I get my time. He goes with me Friday. I think I'm gonna have to get $10. I think I'm gonna do that, but I just said, so what's it? I want to sit down and do the rest of the episodes and see how he's doing. I don't like secret families, that. I mean, you one chance, and then they'll grant it, and then it's on progress. You can, women use it as a solution. But, I'm just saving that for another, in this case, that's why I put my pages and pages. I could work the front and the list one, and, in the, I don't see actions like that, but I was gonna try to do myself, and then but I haven't had a chance, plus I think I have to pay, I may just ask you. Especially Friday, then it's,
Just get internet that should have larger
I've been here the last 10 days. So, like, it's been cold, but go outside, goes outside. And I'm fine. A couple times I don't take advantage. Just for a minute, but I'm trying to train at least 2 and they have to make some training, right? Like I got these little, so it's I mean, it's but it's been calm, so I still think it the threshold's the same, the evidence I present, you can just most things, 90% happen. I just can't. It's just, yeah, it's been 7 months now. Okay, I feel like, I feel like so we have one teacher. Now that things are, I'm so mad now, I'm raged, I'm sad. So, hopefully you can do that because stand on that. But, I mean, how? I'm so nervous. All this stuff you did me, just you know, like, so I've been cowering for 7 months from him, so it's I'm happy. There you can sign that. The sign. So I want to go to that tomorrow, and it's Thursday, Friday. We don't have to do the hand writing. I've never been before. Have you ever been to the conference? I've never been to the I hope they go to, I sign up for, and then there's some kind of legislative thingy tomorrow night. I gotta look at the schedule. I'm just fly by the seat of my pants. I think tomorrow is until the date was supposed to be home, and now there's not, so I was having to get one of the teenagers. Oh, you are. Oh, yeah, yes. There's another one. Oh, yeah. No, is there another one?
February 27th, I'm sure this is.
Oh, that's what we're doing. Oh, that's right. And what's not here? Oh, wait, on the 27th, we're gonna table it then?
I don't know.
Is there another one? No? Or not 25, 20? Okay, that's what I saw. Oh, I thought it was, that's not on the 13 plus 727, it's not on that day. I thought I saw it on there. Okay, maybe not, I don't know.
Call the meeting back to order. I make a motion based on the evidence and testimony presented. The requested use variance is denied. The requested use variance from TZR Article 19-19.03 to permit the use of property for industrial complex NAICS 493 industrial warehousing is denied. The applicant has not shown unnecessary hardship because many other economic viable uses do exist for the property. I make this motion and I ask for a second.
Which application is that?
Excuse me?
Which application is that?
Sorry, it's BZA 24-001. Do I have a second?
Okay,
Call the roll, please.
Mr. Sutton?
Yes.
Mr. Herman?
Yes.
Mrs. Cook?
Yes.
Mr. Cook?
Yes.
Mr. Acevedo?
Yes.
On BZA 24-002. Whereas on February 6, 2024 at 7 p.m., the BZA held a hearing pursuant to RC 519.15 on the application for area variance, application filed by Joshua S. Nagy, West Barlow LLC, on behalf of Berlin Industrial LLC and TNR Properties, Inc., applicant, and whereas the applicant requested an area variance from the Berlin Industrial Overlay, Article 19, Berlin Township Zoning Resolution, TZR, parking, loading dock spaces, and NAICS code requirements for proposed industrial complex to be located on that property at 4120 State Route 37 East, Delaware, Ohio, 43015, PIN 418-210-02-004-001 in Berlin Township, Delaware County, Ohio, property. And whereas the parking spaces per building requirement applicable to the property is a minimum of a half parking space per 1,000 gross feet. The storage portion of the building and parking for all other uses, including the rental and management offices, shall be in accordance with the BIO standard, a maximum of quarter parking spaces per 1,000 gross feet. The storage portions of the building and parking for all other uses, including the rental and management office, shall be in accordance with the BIO standards for TZR and 19.05.C.7.E, and whereas the loading requirement applicable to the property is 2 loading docks per building with 75,000 feet or less, or more, but less than 150,000 square feet of gross floor area per TZR, and 19.05.C.7.V.2, and whereas NAICS 493 industrial warehousing is not a NAICS code either in Article 19 or the TZR, and whereas the applicant seeks to revise the parking spaces per building requirement for the industrial campus buildings to 126 spaces per building, and whereas the applicant seeks to increase the loading dock spaces per building requirement for industrial campus buildings to 12 loading dock spaces per building, and whereas the applicant seeks to add NAICS 493 industrial warehousing for the industrial campus, and whereas after holding the hearing on the application and receiving all the evidence and hearing all the testimony, the BZA now decides the matter. Resolution. Now therefore be it resolved, the BZA hereby makes the following decisions on application for TZR 32.06 and 32.08. Parking spaces variances denied. The request area variance from the parking spaces per building in TZR and 19.05.C.7.E is denied. The parking spaces per building requirement remains at a minimum of half parking space per 1,000 square feet of storage portion of the building and parking for all other uses, including the rental and management offices, shall be in accordance with the BIA standards. And a maximum of 0.25 parking spaces per 1,000 gross feet, storage portion of the building, and the parking for all other uses, including the rental and management offices, shall be in accordance with the BIO standards per building for TZR requirements. Loading dock variance denied. The request area variance from the loading dock spaces per building in TZR 19.05.C.7.B.2 is denied. The dock space per building requirement remains at 2. Permit uses variances denied. The request permit use variances as an area variance is denied, adding NAICS 493 industrial warehousing as permitted use, not the proper subject of an area variance.
Mr. Sutton, is there a motion to approve or deny?
Excuse me?
Has there been a motion made to approve or deny?
Point of order, no motion was made. It was a decision issued by the.
That's the motion that I'm asking for a motion for what I did just read. So, in support of So I will ask at this point for a motion as read from this document to cover the items that were just read.
Should we motion on each item?
Yes.
So, make a motion on the parking variance to deny. So that's my first motion.
So,
For BZA 240002.
yes.
The motion is to deny, the motion to deny?
Motion is to deny the parking, I just said the parking variance is the first component of the motion.
What you read was a denial, so you're moving to deny his denial? That's how we read it. So I'm just trying to get clarification.
I did read it as denied.
So, or was that already decided while you guys were deliberating?
No.
Trying to get clarification, because it's typed out.
No, we're taking the vote.
That's not typed out?
Excuse me?
Is that typed out?
Is it typed out?
Yeah, that's what you're reading from.
What I'm reading is typed out, but not
So
our.
the denial was already typed before we came back from deliberating?
No, it has denied or granted.
I'm confused.
The documentation has on it that we could either grant or deny the motion.
Okay,
It's a guide.
okay.
Understood, thank you.
So, do we want to vote on these one by one?
So might I suggest, are you, because I just want to be clear, are you making a motion across each, so for BZA 2400, is it two? Two. Are you making a motion across all three facets of,
I was, but we can make the motion separately.
so,
So I could ask for a motion, BZA hereby, I make a motion that the BZA hereby makes the following decisions on application for TZR 32.06 and 32.08 on parking spaces, either granted or denied. Do I have a motion on?
Point of order, I believe there's 3 motions pending right now, at the same time.
No, we're voting,
He made a motion, you've now made the same motion in multiple parts, and you earlier said that you were making the motion.
no,
That's 3 motions,
I asked for a motion, I didn't.
and he only made 1. And then you just now said you made 3.
No.
I just want the record to be clear what you're doing. So if you need to do them one by one, please do them in that order, because it seems like you've already made the decision of how you're gonna vote.
To be clear, I withdraw the motion that I made earlier, so that's been withdrawn.
Is that the
And I-
motion to table, or is that this motion? This motion to table still never was taken off the table.
The motion that I made concerning 24-002, where I was asking for a motion to vote on all 3 items, I withdraw that motion. I now ask for a motion for a vote on the parking space variance. I think that's what you had made earlier.
Right, that's already on the table,
that's
that's
the
what.
motion I made, is to clarify. My motion, to repeat what I made, was for 24002 parking base variance. I made a motion to deny the parking space variance.
I agree, that is the motion you made.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Call a roll, please.
Mr. Acevedo,
Yes.
Mr. Cook,
Yes.
Mr. Harmon,
Yes.
Mrs. Cook,
No.
and Mr. Sutton.
No. Do I have a motion to vote on the loading dock variance? To either grant or deny?
I'll make a motion to deny the loading dock variance for, say, which is
I have a motion, do I have a second?
BZ 24002.
Very second.
Mr. Cook,
Yes.
Mr. Harmon,
Yes.
Mr. Acevedo,
No.
Mrs. Cook,
No.
Mr. Sutton.
Yes. Do I have a motion to vote on permitted use variance to either grant or deny?
Mr. Sutton, just for clarification, my understanding is they're asking for it both as an area variance, use variance in the context of this particular application. It would be to grant or deny the area variance. It makes code 493 industrial warehousing as an area variance. just for clarification.
Do I have a motion yet?
The area variance, right?
This is on the area variance. It's either to permit use of variance as a area variance adding NAICS 493 industrial warehousing. Either we grant it or it's denied. I would need a motion one way or the other.
I'll make a motion to deny the area variance for 493 industrial warehousing.
And do I have a second?
I second that.
And that's application 24-002.
24002.
Okay. Mr. Acevedo?
Yes.
Mrs. Cook?
Yes.
Mr. Harmon?
Yes.
Mr. Cook?
Yes.
Mr. Sutton?
Yes.
In regards to what the board has just done, we previously had tried to proffer additional evidence into the record, and you said you wouldn't accept it for some reason. We now are proffering that same items in here, exhibits number 1 through 12, consisting in as applicable to all of the variance applications pending today. And it consists of different exhibits consisting of the articles and the policy statements of Delaware County Housing Authority. And I'm just going to submit this to you guys rather than read it out loud, so you can just type it in. It's a complete package of all of that to go in the record. I understand you've already made your decisions what was previous to your decision to tender the property, but the chair denied that right. So we are putting it in the record on that basis. There are multiple copies. I don't know if just the chair wants one copy or what to read them. I understand that you didn't get the chance to read them when you didn't accept them before, but that's what happened. So,
Yes, no.
okay.
I'll allow them to be entered as an exhibit.
Thank you.
But I don't know that we'll be able to really draw on the information in there tonight.
Understood. That's why we tried to proffer it.
Do you need one?
Unless you guys need it.
You got it. No, we have it.
Oh, she needs,
Okay, moving along, our next two applications that we're going to hear. The first one we're going to hear is BZA 24-003. BZA 24-003, request by Berlin Apartments LLC and TNR Properties Inc., 3895 Stonebridge Lane, Dublin, Ohio, 43017. CO West Barwell LLC, 475 Place South Suite, 430 Dublin, Ohio, 43017. For a use variance, the property is known as 4120 State Route 37 East, Delaware, Ohio, 43015, parcel 418210020050001. This variance request is to permit the following conditions for multifamily for rent development: density of 6.97 units per acre and 296 multifamily units for rent, and parking 1.5 spaces per one bedroom unit, 2 spaces per 2-bedroom unit, 2 spaces per 3-bedroom unit. Resident parking of 532 spaces, guest parking of 92 spaces, and total parking provided of 622 spaces. Second is BZA 24-004, BZA 24-004 by Berlin Apartments LLC, TNR Properties Inc., 3895 Stonebridge Lane, Dublin, Ohio, 43017, West Carwell LLC, 475 Metro Place South, Suite 430, Dublin, Ohio, 43017. For an area variance, this variance request is to permit the following conditions for multifamily for rent development. Density of 6.97 units per acre and 296 multifamily for rent units. Parking, 1.5 spaces for 1-bedroom unit, 2 spaces for 2-bedroom unit, 2 spaces for 3-bedroom unit. Resident parking, 532 spaces. Guest parking of 92 spaces, and total parking provided of 624 spaces. I would ask the zoning clerk, please read the exhibits and
Mr. Chairman, this map is part of one of the exhibits that we need in the first part, which was shown to you. And so before you get with those exhibits, if we could have this submitted, like with the proffer, since this was sitting in here. And this is part of the BIO application already, but we want it to be part of the record in this decision. Okay, and this, do you need any better identification from the reporters?
Are you gonna give that to us afterwards?
Yes.
Okay, we'll add it.
And it shows all of the issues of the 12 dock spaces for building, the parking, everything part of the approved BIO.
Which was approved.
So, Mr. Sutton, did you say we're doing 23007, 24003, and 24004? Are those the three? That's right. And you want me to read all of them right now?
We doing all of them?
Are you,
Not so.
wait, just
There's 3 and 4,
is that right? Okay, this is for, BZA 24-003. Original file exhibits 1, letter to Mr. Bond from Joshua Nagy, now with West Barwell LLC, BZC 23-003. The residences of Berlin Township Apartments, 2 pages, dated 12/5 of 2023, submitted 12/18 of 2023. Exhibit 2, use variance application for parcel number 418-210-020-05001, 4120 State Route 37 East, Delaware, Ohio, 43015, including legal description 69.196 acres, dated 2/6 of 2023, 6 pages, dated 12/5 of 2023, submitted with application filed 12/18 of 2023. Zoning office exhibits, exhibit 3, aerial view of surrounding property owners within 300 feet and addresses for parcel number 418-210-002-005-001. Exhibit 4, request for legal ad to be in Delaware Gazette, January 24th, 2024, sent email dated January 22nd, 2024. Exhibit 5, notice of hearing to the applicant dated January 24th, 2024. Exhibit 6, letter to adjacent property owners with proof of mailing dated January 24th, 2024. Exhibit 7, proof of publication in the Delaware Gazette dated January 24th, 2024. And that's the final exhibit 7. And the next is BZA 24-004. Original file exhibits, exhibit 1, letter to Mr. Bond from Joshua Nagy, now with West Farwell LLC, BZC 23-003. The residences of Berlin Township Apartments, 2 pages, dated 12/5 of 2023, submitted 12/18 of 2023. Exhibit 2, area variance application for parcel number 418-210-020-050-01, 4120 South Route State Route 37 East, Delaware, Ohio 43015, including legal description, 49.633 acres, dated 12/6 of 2023, 6 pages, dated 12/5 of 2023, submitted with application filed 12/18 of 2023. The zoning office exhibits, Exhibit 3, aerial view of surrounding property owners within 300 feet and addresses for parcels number 418-210-002-005-001. Exhibit 4, request for legal ad to be in Delaware Gazette, January 24th, 2024, sent email dated January 22nd, 2024. Exhibit 5, notice of hearing to the applicant dated January 24th, 2024. Exhibit 6, letter to adjacent property owners with proof of mailing dated January 24th, 2024. Exhibit 7, the final exhibit, proof of publication in the Delaware Gazette dated January 24th, 2024.
Thank you.
Good to go? Should we also submit these as into the evidence, plus these exhibits? Okay.
These are two exhibits in the records.
Okay,
Identify each of them.
yeah, and with my presentation, if I may, I'll identify each one. Okay, well, here we are again. So we just discussed the industrial portion of our mixed-use developments. Again, it had to be 2 applications due to the constraints of Berlin Township zoning resolution and the BIO, and at the recommendation of Berlin Township staff and so forth. Here now we have the apartment site. So just to orient ourselves again, 3637 here, Lackey Old State Road here, the access Spine Road, Reed Parkway, with the location of the lift station and the water tower that may not be used, that kind of services the industrial as well as the apartments, as well as the remainder of the 100 acres of the BIO overlay. So we approached the township again with this apartment project and the industrial project as a mixed-use site, acknowledging the severe constraints that make development economically unfeasible, but knew from the representations that were made to us that we could work through this together to bring a development that works as relates to the apartments as well. So we submitted this application as a PRD, again, separate from the industrial, as a PRD at the request of the township. And through our pre-application process and later through the public hearing process, we made a variety of concessions. And again, this is the site as existed when we presented it at the pre-application meeting with Trustee Rayo, with the zoning inspector and the zoning chair. And everyone was very excited and looking forward to working with us on this project. As we worked through the public hearings, we did make some changes at the request of the township. This is the plan as it exists now, taking into account the request of the townships to the absolute most constraining that we can do, that anyone can do, and that is why we're here asking you for these variances. The changes that we made, most substantially, slashing our density down an extreme amount. How do I mean extreme? This project before you is 6.97 units to the net developable acre. To put that into perspective for you, a couple minutes west on 3637, Seattle House, 14 units to the acre. A couple minutes east on 3637, Four Winds Apartments, nearly 30 units to the acre. A couple minutes also to the east on 3637, North Lake Summit Apartments, 12 units to the acre. Additionally, Berlin Township approved in the BCO or what have you, 20 and 10 units to the acre apartment projects. We also increased our setback from existing neighbors from the arbitrary 250 feet that was imposed upon us in the BIO to 350 feet at the request of the township, 350 feet here from the nearest existing neighbor for any dwelling unit over a football field. We have over 70% open space. That's another number that any land planner or any industry experienced professional would say is extreme and constraining. We accommodated the Berlin Township zoning resolution for a minimum size square footage, one bedroom of 800 square feet, despite a couple minutes east and a couple minutes west on 36, 37, bedroom sizes below 700 square feet. Again, many one bedrooms, industry standard one bedroom size, 600 square feet or so. Still, we accommodated Berlin Township with a minimum 800 square foot one bedroom. We have natural material and cementitious siding. We have accommodated the 2-story building height restriction despite a couple minutes east, a couple minutes west, directly across the street. Approvals for 3-story buildings, industry standard. We accommodated 2 despite 3 being the industry standard. Additionally, we added guest parking beyond of what is considered industry standard. We can't proceed with this development without our variance requests. The density requested, in addition to providing sufficient quantities of housing to support the industrial, to support the housing prices that exist right now, and also to support and amortize the substantial amount of amenities for the prospective residents here. The substantial amount of amenities. Over 70% open space. A clubhouse with a fitness facility, a swimming pool, pickleball courts, grilling space, walkways and paths scattered through the site to use the over 70% open space. You, as the BZA, have the ability to fix these zoning issues that exist that prohibit us and any developer from making a development work. As it exists right now, your zoning code, your BIO both, and the PRD, your zoning resolution, is unviable for development, not viable for development. Due to the density and the parking variances that we're requesting, if you approve these variances, we can achieve this development with the necessary financial expectations that any developer has and that we have. I'd like to now introduce our experts. Our first expert is Mr. Randall Woodings with Conn & Johnson Associates with over 50 years of land planning experience.
Good evening, how are you? My name is Randall Allen Woodings, co-principal of Conn & Johnson Associates. I worked there while I was in college. I graduated from Ohio State University in 1974. I've got about 50 years of experience. Our office has done at least 150 apartment plans, other plans that involve commercial, retail, churches, and et cetera. I've been involved in almost all of them. Go ahead.
I apologize for interrupting. I just want to make sure, were you sworn in earlier?
Yes, I was. I was sworn in earlier. I've done 10 or 12 projects for TNR Properties. We did one in the city of Delaware called Flats on Houck. That was several years ago. It's been very successful. And I'm here this evening to answer any questions that you may have of me on the current project we're discussing.
I'll just kind of ask you some questions as a witness. So it's my understanding, Mr. Wooding, you are also familiar with this specific project, are you not?
Yes, I designed this specific project.
And you were involved from the very beginning of this project?
I was involved from the very first meeting we had in this room.
And that meeting was in front of the zoning commission?
No, the meeting initially was involved with just the staff that was here at the time.
And what was the outcome of that meeting?
The outcome of that meeting was a positive, go ahead, pull this through, see what we can do. There were several people there. They had just hired a brand new zoning chief. She was there for the first day on that Monday that we met. Unfortunately, she was gone 6 weeks later. So most of the time we dealt with Sherry until December, approximately, when the new zoning official was hired. His previous experience had nothing to do with zoning or planning. He was a ex-police officer. Nice man. Tried to do his homework and had good discussions with him.
And through those meetings, it was suggested to apply for rezoning, is that correct?
That's correct.
And it was rezoned, or it was proposed to be rezoned to which, was it the planned residential district?
Yes.
And was that a suggestion that you brought in front of them, or was that something that they brought to you?
I called them and asked to go over various issues. I had talked with Sherry, and they took 2 or 3 days to make some interpretations on the code and discuss it among themselves. And then Sherry sent me an email and told me to proceed at PRD, I believe.
Planned residential district?
Yes.
And is that, was the proposed density at that time brought to their attention?
Yes.
And my understanding is it was a higher number, but in attempting to accommodate, the number was lowered to 6.97?
Yes, it was.
So let's talk about the density specifically. What is your, so you had mentioned you have some experience with a variety of other projects. What's a typical density you would expect to see in a project like this?
In a project like this, I would see 12 units to the acre to 15 units to the acre.
And so is it fair to say that the proposed density, you are essentially doubling the space between your having the density?
That's correct. That's how we ended up with 70% open space.
And so if we were to sort of picture this, I mean, 6.97 units per acre, an acre is fairly large, is it not?
43,560 square feet.
So you're dividing that into 7 for apartments.
Correct.
Now, what would the viability on something be if it were to be any less than 6.97 per apartment? Do you know?
At this time, at this area, I don't think there would be any viability.
And why is that?
You've got to have a certain amount of rental income to provide for the construction, the cost of the land, the cost of the infrastructure that we are also providing to open up the industrial area, and for the clubhouse, swimming pool, and amenities that we're providing.
On the density issue specifically, I'm sorry, on the apartments specifically, what terms would you be looking for on the leasehold? Are these Airbnb leases? Are these year-long leases? What sort of leases are we looking at here?
Oh, yeah, they would all be 12-month leases to begin with, yes.
Minimum of 12 months?
Yes.
Okay, so these are long-term tenants, is that
These
fair
are
to say?
long-term tenants, yes.
Okay, and the type of amenities in this facility, I think earlier, Mr. Sabatino had mentioned, I think he said party backer material on the outside, and then what sort of amenities on the inside are we looking at?
We have 9-foot-high ceilings. We do a special treatment at the ceiling so that it looks more like a home. The upgrades on cabinetries and on tops, they're not Formica. They're usually granite, and that's what we've done at other projects, Flats on Memorial, et cetera. So we're looking at them at a higher income person.
Would it be fair to say that these are sort of luxury style apartments?
It would be fair to say that.
Okay. People you would be renting to would be people that would be going out to eat, dining, spending money in the community?
That's correct.
Okay. Now let's move on to parking real quick. So the parking situation, we are actually asking for a reduction in the number of spaces from what is set forth under the planned residential district. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, the parking situation, was that made known at the underlying levels whenever it was suggested to you to set forth rezoning to the planned residential district?
We discussed it, and we talked about parking in other areas that are compatible with this area and other areas in central Ohio. The 3-to-1 parking that was in the programming is pretty excessive. Nobody particularly uses those numbers anymore at all. I would say that that's brought about by better public transportation, better other transportation, and an essential issue that's come about is many one-bedroom apartments are no longer occupied by over one person.
Okay, and the amount of spaces, I mean, my understanding of significant consideration is maintaining the countryside aesthetic.
That's correct. When you walk through or drive through Berlin, you want to have a lot of open space. As we reduce the parking number, we increase our open space and our green space by almost 2 acres.
And that's the 2 acres of space that would otherwise be occupied by a parking lot, correct?
Yes, a blacktop.
So in other words, by granting this variance, you're saying we want more grass and not more concrete.
Well, not only that, what you end up doing is you overload the storm sewers and storm capacity and increase size of pipes and everything else for a local municipality. So we try to back off on that, also recharge the water table underneath the project and in the area.
Okay, and so this is essentially, you know, you mentioned the industrial earlier, and as a mixed use, how would you make something like this work? In terms of it being mixed use?
In terms of it being mixed use, what you want to have is a solid barrier between the single family and the industrial. We've come up right up against the industrial right now to screen that away, both visually and sound and lights, so that the single family that exists there right now are not hurt by this industrial project that's going in. And so that we do have a good dimension of land between the two and keep trees and try to screen it in as much as possible.
And the goal here, I mean, you know, you had mentioned being familiar with Delaware County's initiatives. Is this meant to conform with those initiatives?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Do you have any other comments to provide to the board? I don't have any direct questions that I was hoping to ask. If you have anything to add.
No, we're right now, as I see it, to the way that we have the setbacks from the single family property lines, we've got about 350 feet from their property lines. We actually have more than that to the back of our buildings. And between the backs of their homes and the backs of our proposed buildings, it's over 500 feet.
Okay. And I guess maybe just to reiterate one point that you kind of already mentioned, to build an apartment of this style, to accommodate what the township has asked for, is there any way to do this with any less of a density?
Not at this time, for what we're providing with the 70% open space, all the amenities, and then proposing the infrastructure that we're going to be building both for our project and for the industrial project now.
And what is the economic impact of the open space?
The economic impact of the open space really provides a better rental pro forma and profile of people coming in. It really helps the area. You're going to get a lot of people here that will work in the area and enjoy the Berlin Township and Delaware County growth that's happening right now.
And what sort of cost would you be looking at with the density issue?
Cost per building, you mean?
Correct.
We're right at the place where we can't reduce the density anymore and provide the amenity package or the interiors that we'd like to have in terms of the apartments that we want to offer people.
And so in a sense, this project would not be viable without this density?
No, this project is not viable without this density. This density is very small density compared to many other projects that are going on, and historically compared to emerging suburban growth areas.
All right, thank you again. If you have any additional comments, or I guess if the board wants to provide any, listen to any of their evidence tonight.
So who is your target market for these apartments? Is it an industrial worker that's working at your multi-use sites? Is that who you're doing the apartment for?
Yeah, the answer is anyone who's qualified, right? I mean, anyone who's qualified to live in the apartment can live in the apartment. And we envision, that this housing will support the industrial employees or not. I mean, we don't have any industrial right now, sounds like we may never, but that's what we envision, correct?
But
As well
that
as
was your
anyone else.
vision, was that the folks that are working at your the warehouses that you have planned, those are the folks that are gonna be living in these apartments?
It could be.
That's who your demographic that you were gearing it toward?
It could be, and it could be anyone else, as we're in such a short supply of housing, right? I mean, anyone.
We have fair housing laws to follow, ma'am, and so we can't talk about whether our demographic
Have
is.
you been sworn in?
Yes.
Could you state your name for the record, please?
Ron Sabatino.
And I wasn't going at that. I was going at like, as your marketing plan of how much the upgrades, you spoke earlier that the apartments was because of the need of the workers coming in from your industrial park.
Yeah, there's no.
But then, speaking of the apartments, that you described them as a very upgraded, more professional type of apartment.
Well, they're not mutually exclusive at all, and I mean, these industrial, employees, I mean, they're high-paying jobs, they're also workforce jobs. It's anybody and everybody, right?
And that's all I was asking, who the
You'll get-
target market was.
What you'll get is a cross-section of people that will want to live there. Some will be young professionals, some will work at the industrial site, some will work elsewhere within the area or even in downtown Columbus. What you're seeing right now is a lot of people want to come to a smaller community, Lancaster, Delaware, because they want to enjoy the small town atmosphere. They want to have a place where they can live in a really nice apartment, have amenities, and be able to hop on the interstate and go to shopping centers, out to eat, downtown Columbus, and have that available lifestyle. So our architectural firm is part of the development firm. We own about 6,000 apartments also, and we get a very good cross-section of people.
Okay, and then one other question.
Mhm.
So north of where Reed Road is going to be extended, that is a lot of your green space. Is that open for a specific reason?
This area right here,
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of this has been preserved for the stream corridor, as well as, I mean, there's a small amount of wetland, and then to the north is also, I mean, going back to the industrial that you made your decision on, is considered part of our central green space with the BIO that was required, which you complied with among all of the other conditions, including parking and truck loading spaces, and then future industrial as well, at a later phase.
and that area had the most trees in it, and we tried to preserve the most trees we could.
Okay, because I remember reading about the wetlands.
Mhm.
So is there any way that is, I know it's contradicting to, we want to keep trees, but is it if you would lose some of the trees, could you build in that area at all?
You want us to build there?
You could
I'm
build-
just asking, is it
Sure.
able to be built in that area?
You could
Yes.
build the kind of buildings that we would build in there. We would have half-unit buildings where we'd have buildings on partial with the front and built into the topographic area like that, and then maybe 2 stories above that. We've done it before. It's very similar units when we
So
have
the
that
answer
kind
is
of
yes.
topography.
Yeah.
But we wanted to make sure that we could keep, this is the wetland up here, but we wanted to make sure that we could keep this stream corridor going through correctly and keep these areas of trees, because that's where most of the trees were at.
So can you put your map of what it looked like the first time that you brought it?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's way more density in that.
Yeah, we had a lot of density up in here, but we were still trying to keep all the
Did
trees.
you change that bottom area as well?
Here?
Or no? Yeah.
Yes, we did.
So could you hold them side by side or like,
Yeah.
yeah, there?
Sorry, that helps. That helps a lot. Thanks.
No, this is good.
Okay, so like, yeah, you've eliminated units and changed the composition of the unit.
And then is it a walking path or is that trees that are lining as a buffer to the residents on Lackey Old Estate on the current?
This?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is it 8 foot?
It's an 8-foot mound with landscaping on it.
To
Okay.
further buffer the neighbors that are 500 feet away.
Okay. So that's
Same
where the neighbors
buffer
are,
down
500 feet away. And then what is to the south of?
I'm sorry, it's south of here.
Yeah.
It's west.
Farm, this is south.
Yeah.
And this is, farm.
So
Farm,
that-
and then I think, yeah, these are homes and then green space here.
I appreciate you turn around so we could see a little better too.
And the original plan was 3-story buildings, right?
No, the original plan was two-story.
Two-story
buildings.
as well.
It was always two-story.
Or just higher density?
Yes, higher density.
And under the BIO, the bottom portion was originally called out as R4,
This is called out as R4.
the
Yes,
whole thing,
all of this.
all of it, yes.
Mr. Sutton, one clarification. My understanding is the property zone FR1, their application was to rezone as PRD. It could be, they could pull down the cloud if they wanted to proceed in that manner, if they did not proceed with it. It's
Okay.
not BIO.
And the reason-
Development requirements for this parcel.
And the reason that we didn't
Except it's,
is,
but
yeah, and the reason that we didn't is again, at the request of the township, and also because there's so many errors and things that make the BIO completely dysfunctional. 3.85, which is really the acreage, the net acreage, 4 times 0.85. The net acreage makes it completely unworkable for any developer. Additionally, the BIO R4 has a restriction of having 4 units into a building, maximum of, I mean, it just completely unworkable. Yeah. So at the request of the township, we proceeded with this plan under the PRD,
And are all of these units as rentals or will?
all rentals.
and as we mentioned earlier, 1 year minimum leasing.
Okay,
So no short term.
I didn't know if there was
No fly by night, Airbnb folks.
No weekly.
no condominiums
No.
or.
Right, which condos could be subject to Airbnb as well.
We've heard a lot of comment about condos. Why do you ask about condos?
I mean, if a rental, they're there for a year, and if somebody owns it, you tend to have a better upkeep versus a rental that has no ties or investments in the property.
Yeah, and we
Which I
do-
mean, I would assume you're saying that a property, your property management's gonna stay on top of that.
We do both, and we have experts that have done both and do both, and I guess you will find, and expert testimony can also say, that apartments are oftentimes much easier and much more well-kept than a condo, right? I mean, condominiums can fail for any variety of reasons, replacement reserves, capital improvements and so forth. Additionally, we are being forced by the township. Again, I mean, a condemnation to buffer our residential from residential. We are 250, no, now 350 feet residential closer to an industrial zone. Nobody, condominium owner, who would buy a long-term, I mean, for the long-term, an individual's long-term investment, a condo up against an industrial park. Would you?
That's a thought I didn't think of.
Yeah.
And the other, one more question, and then my last question. The road, can you show where the road, where the traffic would flow? It would flow off of Reed, and it's gonna go up, and is it the lighter gray or lighter blue?
Yeah,
Is
this
that the
is,
road,
yeah, this is like a secondary.
Right.
Yeah.
like the Plunkett, is that? Okay.
The-
Plunkett would come
this
down
is
and it's
Plunkett.
gonna go through the middle.
Right,
So the
like this.
lights of the cars, where, like if you're driving, to shining the lights of the homeowners to the east of this.
These are the houses to the east.
Okay, but can you do the road?
The road would be coming
Rocky Old
down from
State.
the north right here,
Uh-huh.
come through here and down like this. So the lights on the traffic will be shielded not only by the buildings that are there, but by an 8-foot high mound of landscape.
And maybe 500 feet away. More than
Okay.
that, yeah.
Thanks for that. I'm done with questions.
I do have one more question for you, and you mentioned this earlier, just to get in the record. In terms of your experience with buffer zones, my understanding is you have some pretty significant experience with that.
Pretty significant.
What sort of experience?
Almost 50 years of designing projects and land planning.
In accommodating the various buffer zones, or?
No, in accommodating any zoning code, any planning code has restrictions on it. And so I'm used to seeing what they are, where they are, how they've been implemented based on maybe a comprehensive plan or maybe by a zoning document that has multiple different screening policies based on the type of unit and how many units.
And how does this buffer zone compare to those?
This is the largest buffer zone I have ever worked with in my life. It's 350 feet, it's over a football field. And between the backs of these houses and the backs of our units, it's well over 500 feet, almost 550 feet.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions. Again, if there's any follow-up.
Yeah, our second expert is Mr. Skip Weiler with the Robert Weiler Company.
All right, Skip, come on up here. Actually, Skip was not sworn when he came later, so we need to have him swear in.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear to testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Weiler, I'll call you Skip because I've known you for a long time. And so explain to us who you work for, types of situations you've been involved in, how long you've been in the business, and the scope of your experience, not just in development and real estate, but also in banking.
Well, point of clarification, my real name's Robert Jerry Weiler Jr., but I go by Skip. And so my real estate license is under Skip because they didn't like my signs to say Skip Weiler. Just a point of clarification. So I know basically I won't go into a lot of detail at this late hour since I know you guys don't want me to. And if anybody does, if you guys do, tell me, I'll go into as much as you want. But I started in 1985, so this is my 39th year. And I've done a lot of brokerage, a lot of development. Our family has done a lot of development, big developments, small developments, a lot of multifamily. Really, we've mostly multifamily, but land development, and that leads to all kinds of, done industrial parks, office parks, retail, hotels. I've sold more variety than probably properties anybody you'll see. I sold a jail for Delaware County. I sold land at rodeos. I sold all kinds of things. I sold the hospital I was born in, which is on Bryden Road. It's not a hospital anymore. So, and we've developed lots of properties, and I deal with clients of all kinds. I've been on the board. I'm on the board currently at Midwest Savings Bank. I've been on another bank, United Insight Bank, which was a startup, de novo bank. I was on their board when they started it and ultimately sold it. And so, really, and that personally, I've developed lots. Right now, we're developing lots of apartments, but done all kinds of land development and worked with anybody you can imagine. Sold land to all the home builders of any size. Anybody who's really built multifamily in Central Ohio in the past probably 20 some years. And I'm happy to keep going on, but
yeah,
I think that's probably enough.
So you're pretty much expert in this area, these multiple areas.
If there is an expert, I know as much as anybody, so it's hard for me to understand that I'm an expert. People pay me for my opinion, and so people hire me because they think I'm an expert, and so I guess I must be, but.
All right, well, thank you for that and for all you do in the charitable community as well. From the standpoint of Delaware County, how familiar are you with Delaware County and developments, particularly around 36, 37 from Interstate 71 to the city of Delaware?
Yeah, so very familiar. Been working in Delaware County for many years. That's one of our largest developments just across the other side of the freeway, and done stuff in Berlin Township and I've helped clients do stuff in Berlin Township, done stuff in the city of Delaware, followed pretty much everything from 71 over, the new interchange, and worked with not just the township trustees and boards, but the ODOT and prosecutor, and pretty much anybody in Delaware County over the 39 years.
And from the standpoint of what density does in your experience with development, can you help educate us about what that is and how that works?
Yeah, so for some reason, people think density is bad, and most communities are starting to figure it out. I think the further rural you get, the less they get it, they understand it. But communities are starting to realize density is not bad. If you look at the highest priced houses, the densest neighborhood in the city of Columbus, one of them is German Village, and that's got the highest price per square foot. And so you look at what Dublin's done in other communities, Marysville, they are embracing density, they get higher density, which creates a better project for multiple reasons. And I think people think, oh, if people live in apartments are bad. Well, that's not true. It used to be only people live in apartments for the people who couldn't afford houses. Today, that's not true. There's plenty of people who live in apartments because it's a choice today, choice for all ages, not just the young millennials, but also older people and everybody in between. And so the advantage of density, there are a number of advantages, but the big advantage of a dense project is the more units you have, the more amenities you can have on your project. And so if you build a small project with 100 units or less, maybe you'll get a small pool and a small clubhouse, if that. But if you can do a large project, the larger the project, the more amenities you can get, and the better amenities you can get, and the more staff you get, and the more attention. A project that's less than 70 units, you can't afford to have a full-time person on site. And so if you have 4 times that, well, then you can have 3 or 4 people on site full-time. And so density is not a bad thing. And so you just need to look at the design. And I know some people say, well, going up high is bad. Well, it really isn't bad. Now, if you have a house that's in the shade, well, yes, it's bad. It may be bad. You don't want to be in the shade and you want to have a house torn out. But I didn't know the buffer was 350 feet. But if you're a football field away, then going up higher is not bad. And so really, there are communities that require certain heights. And we don't like to build 4 stories because we have to put in elevators and it costs more. And so if it costs more, you got to charge more, and they're higher end units and more expensive units, which is a good thing for a community. And so really, the concept of density being bad is really misguided. Density is not bad.
That was a very, very complete answer. It took a couple of my questions out of there. That's very good based on the lateness of the evening. So what numbers in terms of density do you think are more normal today?
Well, today, unless you're building a 1-floor project, a 1-story project, today, the minimum densities are 12 units the acre. We just finished a project in Marysville called Marysville Flats that's in the mid-20s. I think it's 24 units to the acre. And I didn't know when we built it how Marysville would take it. The city manager and their staff have said this is their nicest project in Marysville. And so, and welcome to go see it. And I'm not building here, so I can't speak to my design or their design, but they embrace the density and 24 units the acre. If you go look at the project, it looks great. There's plenty of room, it's spacious. We've got plenty of amenities, and it's not, so going, and really you don't want to go less than 12 because now you're building open space and you're having open land, which has to be maintained, and the fewer units, the less maintenance you can have. And so really you're just cutting grass, and you really don't want to have a bunch of empty fields around your apartment. You want to look like it's active in a community. And I know some people do like 5-acre lots and want to move out and don't want anything around, but really the trend is not that. If you look at the trend today and the younger people and really, even the older people, they don't want big yards. They don't want to buy a tractor and cut the grass anymore. Everybody likes that smaller density and create that neighborhood feel and that vibe. And so having the density creates that. And we find our projects which are 3-story projects, are all in that above 20 and really above 20, below 30. And that's really the sweet spot and the best for what we do is the best. And that's what communities like Marysville, Columbus, and Dublin. Dublin even likes it to go higher, but then when you go higher, you have to build structured parking. And then you're really driving the cost up. And that's okay for the people who want to do real high-end apartments.
And from the standpoint of your experience in regard to business parks and what type of apartments work with inside a business park, can you speak to that?
So what makes communities go is a mix. If you say, we're gonna have all warehouses, well, that doesn't work. You say, we'll have all apartments, that doesn't work, or all retail, or all office. None of those work. Today, you could say you want office, but that's very difficult. You definitely need a mix. And so we're building apartments right now on the other side of the freeway and in North Star, and that's a density, well, there's a bunch of open space, but it's, I think, 15 units the acre, 15 or 16. And that's got huge setbacks, so that's all you could fit. They're clustered in together, and so the cluster is over 20, and probably in that 20 to 30. But right now, and we own all the ground around it, and we've got people that are interested in doing flex warehouse distribution space right next door. And we embrace it. We want it. We want the people to build next door. We want that type of development, not just to sell the ground, but also it creates the jobs. And if the more jobs, the more people, the more renters. And so you need that mix, and that's what we're trying to do over in Berkshire Township, is create that mix of have the retail and have the warehouse and the distribution. And you don't build warehouses without storage, so that always be on me. But we like that mix, and that mix really is what you need. And everybody wants retail, but you're not going to get the retail until you get the rooftops. And you're not going to get the rooftops unless you have the jobs. So you really have to get the jobs and the rooftops, which are the workers and the places to work, in order to get the retail. The retail always comes at the end. I know Sunbury fought forever to get that Kroger, and Kroger kept saying there's not enough rooftops, and the rooftops wouldn't go until the jobs. And so now, as it's grown, now they can get it. Of course, now somebody wants a second grocery store.
So from the standpoint of particularly this project in Berlin Township, along Route 36, 37, how do you make this one economically productive?
Well, to me, I mean, 36, 37 is your main thoroughfare. That's the main road. So if you're not going to put density there, we're not going to put it in your community. And so to me, that, I don't know if you say, well, we just don't want it in our community. And there's a lot of people say, we don't want development. We want to stay rural. We want to keep a farm community, which reality is that's what Johnstown's saying. And Johnstown isn't going to exist. There's Johnstown. New Albany's going to annex it all up, all the land around it. And then New Albany's giving density, and they're giving mixed uses. And so, and that's why I say here, it's like, not that New Albany's not coming out here, but if you're not going to do density and you're not going to do higher intense uses on 36, 37, to me, it's like, well, why wouldn't you? You're not going to do them anywhere if you don't do them there. To me, you have to do them there if you're going to do them anywhere.
And from the standpoint of your banking experience and funding the different projects, what are the main factors that in this project alone you'd be looking at from the banking perspective?
Well, and I'm not a banker, so I left Nancy's, I know apartment projects too, but so it's just got to be economically viable. The banks don't lend money to projects that aren't viable, and so if you can't get the people there, if you can't get the renters, they're not going to do it. If you can't get the rent, they're not going to do it. If the costs are too high, they're not going to do it. If you have real low density, you can't make the economics work, they're not going to do it. And so the bottom line is the economics have to work, and now it's all about debt service coverage ratios, which is basically have to have enough rent to pay back the loan plus another percentage on top of that. And so that all those things go in, and you say, well, the jobs don't matter. Well, yeah, the jobs do matter. Without the jobs, you're not gonna get the people, and without the people, you're not gonna get the rents. And you have today in Columbus and Central Ohio and Delaware County, especially Delaware County, there's such a huge population that wants to live up here, and there's a lack of places for them to live. And it's everybody. It's the firemen and the policemen, and hopefully the people that work down the street in all the buildings that are there and aren't there will come in the future. But it's my kids, your mom, well, I guess not my mom. But that basically it's everybody, and the economics have to work. And without the economics working, the banks aren't gonna make the loan, you're not gonna have the product, and it really will hurt the community.
I don't have any further questions. Any of the board members have questions? You got a really very experienced expert to help you evaluate the request today, so take advantage of it if you could. I know it's late. I understand.
I would ask what evaluation was done on the property before you bought it, knowing what Article 19 in our zoning code stated for density.
Okay,
It was rezoned after it was purchased.
right.
I'll sit back down.
I don't know if that's a factor that it was rezoned.
Just one clarification. Since the trustees denied their rezoning application, it is FR1 is how it is zoned.
Right.
It is not, they aren't seeking to pull down the cloud, the Article 19 cloud. It's zoned FR1, that is the district that exists.
And if we wanted to make a project work with the VIO, I mean, we couldn't, just with the VIO, we would need much more severe extreme variances than what we're requiring here in the PRD. Also, again, the PRD was requesting of us by the township to proceed with, so that's what we did. That's why we're here. With the variances that we need to make the development happen.
I guess in part two, the property was purchased with the understanding of all of the aspects of the zoning resolution, which includes the option to rezone and the option for variance. It was purchased with the understanding that those are options. And it was pushed as an option through the application process, as Mr. Sabatino mentioned. So it was purchased with those understandings from the forefront.
I'm gonna ask, we're about 5 minutes before 11 here. Are we at a stopping point for tonight? Do you want to continue?
I don't think we can.
I don't know, we don't have any more witnesses on this issue, so that's why it's just up to your questions and then put it to vote. Unless you have specific other questions that we can answer, there's no other evidence to put before you.
Well, we want to proffer this.
Yeah, and we would proffer, as we had previously, with all of the articles 1 through 12, because that describes the need here for housing, that describes what that envisioned, what Delaware County itself had, how Berlin plays into that, and as a result of all of that, the more current articles are what has been the kinds of things that Skip just spoke about, that Mr. Sabatino spoke about, and the land vendors.
Same set of documents, offering it evidence in both
both matters.
applications for industrial and residential, so it
For
should be.
business parks.
I mean, we need to go through for the area variance, Duncan versus Middlefield questions.
Okay, and again,
That's why I'm saying, how late does everybody in the room want to go?
Yeah, we want to vote tonight.
we would appreciate it if we could get through those 7 items relatively quickly. I think you'll have the direct
Yeah.
answers to your questions,
Very straightforward.
just like we did before.
I will ask if there's any additional testimony.
I have not been sworn yet.
Okay.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
And I do want to say that your testimony has to be about this hearing and
Yes, sir.
the evidence presented.
Yes, sir. My name's Jeff Parker. I live on Lackey Hill State Road. And I know everybody's tired of me too. And I'm not a professional speaker and I don't have a big thing prepared, but while I appreciate the extreme changes they've made to the plan, it just took us a long time to get to here. And I still don't feel
I still don't feel it's in the design of what our community decided they wanted to be there. I'm tired of hearing about what's in Johnstown or what's in New Albany. Our community decided what we wanted right here. And it doesn't matter what's 2 miles east or west. We decided that's what we wanted to do. And if we want to make that different, I surely can't tell this young man what he can do on land that I don't own, but I don't want him to be able to change what our community said was a good idea for our residents. I think the opinions here are influenced. I would argue that they're expert. Density. I disagree with that man's opinion. I know what density looks like when I try to get out on Old State Road. It's very, very crowded. It's hard to get out. There's a lot of traffic on that road. And density to me is, the people that will live there, school buses, Amazon drivers, workers, the industrial park, if it ever gets through. And there's a lot of traffic there. And I have a concern for that. And they said they use all these numbers, and now we've gone 350 back, and then they say 500 feet. Well, if it's 350 back from the back of my property to the front of theirs, there's still a green space, there's still a sidewalk, there's still parking, and there's enough blacktop for 2 cars to pass, and then more parking. So it's really not 350. And I guess the laws are laws, I told them 6 or 8 meetings ago, I wanted chickens. They said, I can't have chickens. You got to follow the laws. And they should have to too. And so appreciate you guys hearing what I had to say. And sorry it took so long, and thanks.
Here's 350 feet, if you'd like to look at the exhibit.
I know what 350 feet is, and it ain't a football field. 360 is a football field.
100 yards is good.
Rich Newell, 160 Lackey, I was
wondering. Excuse me. Mr. Weiler, I'm not trying to chop your name. Very eloquent, but he used some phrases there that concern me, everybody. When people moved up to Delaware, they were looking for the rural area. At what point does rural area end? When it becomes urban. When we're talking about density and building up and all that, all these things are great positives for people who are going to make the dollars, because that's what this is all about. Who's going to make the dollars? Not me as a resident. It's not going to benefit me. But right now, we're talking about increasing density. So what my vision or dream or a lot of residents of the community had was going to be deteriorated by their purchase, saying, I'm going to go in here, I'm going to make the housing and the way I want it, which they have all right to do within the parameters. But that's all I have to say.
I'll be quick. Michael Marchiano, 444 Lackey State Road. I was sworn in. I could be wrong, but you guys would have this information. I think there was plenty of R10 in this plan that they could have purchased and done an R10. Or an R7.
Yeah, no utilities there.
Hi, Eric Rickabaugh, I was sworn in. I live at 244 Lackey Old State Road. We've been following this thing through this process quite a while, and I know it's late, so I'll just make the most important points. They've been rejected at least 3 times that I've witnessed. They keep coming back with the same plan. It doesn't fit the zoning that the community agreed on. It still doesn't, and so I think they just need to get rejected one more time. Thank you.
Just one thing, Mr. Sutton. The board's well aware of this, the applicant's well aware of this. The issue before the board is there a necessary hardship to warrant the granting of a use variance? Are there practical difficulties that warrant the granting of an area variance or area variances? Those are the standards, obviously, before the board. You're aware of, but maybe not everybody here present is aware of that fact.
Thank you, Tony.
Jasper Christopher, 436 Lackey Old State. I was sworn in earlier. I just have 2 points. I don't want to say the same things that everybody else has already said. I want to keep it short if I can. A couple items in the Berlin Township Zoning Commission and meeting minutes from February 14th, 2023. One of the zoning board members asked Mr. Sabatino who controlled the land and owned the land at the time. He mentioned that the applicant was acting as the agent. They're in contract to purchase the multifamily parcels and the industrial parcels contingent on the approval of the apartments and the industrial area. So contingent on the zoning. He stated earlier that after they received the BIO approvals, they purchased the land. They did not have the approval for any of the residential at that time. They chose to move forward with the purchasing. Second, at a September 11, 2023 Township Trustee meeting, they were asked if they were aware that within the zoning text, it specifies that any discussions with zoning commissions or other members is non-binding, and that any conversations related to zoning changes may or may not have any pertinence or relevance to the actual zoning application. So these are all the pre-meetings that he keeps mentioning. And that the zoning text is the zoning text. So he keeps mentioning that he had these conversations and he had these implications. All of that is, per our resolution, is non-binding.
Thank you.
I think that we pretty well present everything that we have Ron Sabatino here again. I mean, I think that as we manifested earlier, the issue is real simple, right? Your BIO zoning code, this township that the neighbors created, is an effective condemnation of these parcels.
What's that?
Was he sworn?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is an effective condemnation of these parcels. We're here again to try to give the township one last opportunity before we pursue our damages under other legal options. One more opportunity to do something that's right instead of condemning our right to use our land.
We're not here condemning you tonight, sir.
You are. That's the evidence. Unless you grant the variances.
Excuse me?
Unless you grant the variances.
Would you, if you want to stay longer, I can ask you to ask the questions on Duncan versus Middlefield on exhibit 24-004.
Ready when you are.
You did not answer them in the application, so we need to go through those. So the first question would be whether the property in question will yield a reasonable return or whether that can be beneficial use of the property without the variance.
Absolutely not.
So there's no other viable option that you can do with this property.
No, again, we went through our process with the representations that we've already described under the understanding that you, the township, would be willing to fix the errors and allow for proper development, economically viable, functional development with the variances that we ask.
If I may, just to confirm, your inquiry on the Duncan factor, it was your testimony that factor A is whether there's any viable use, or is the question if there can be a reasonable return, or will yield a reasonable return?
I will read the question again for you.
No, I'm asking what you're saying was accurate.
Whether the property in question will yield a reasonable return or whether there can be a beneficial use of the property without the variance. It's on the application that you submitted, but you did not answer the question.
No, I know, I'm asking you, your response was, so you can't put the property to any viable use. Is that what you asked just a moment ago?
That's what he just said. He said no. He responded. So.
Is there any viable use? I'm just making sure that's what you're analyzing this on.
I'm asking the question, will it yield a reasonable return or whether there's a beneficial use of the property without the variance? That's the question. You didn't answer it in the right way, so I'm asking the question tonight.
My answer is.
This is what we have to base our decision off of, is Duncan versus Meadowfield. I covered it earlier.
Correct, but the question you asked him, after he answered that, was not that factor. Which is what I was just trying to confirm for the record. That you asked him, is there any viable use? That's not what the factor says, and that's not what you said, but that is what you asked.
He said there was not, correct?
Correct.
Whether the variance is substantial.
The variance is required.
So that's not answering the question.
Well, I think it's an affirmative statement that the variance.
You're asking.
It's not a substantial deviation from the township, it's not a substantial deviation from the code.
He answered the question. Your legal answer is different than what he said. He said there's
Variance is required, but correct.
So it wasn't the answer yes or no that he was looking for, but it wasn't.
Whether the essential character of the neighborhood would be substantially altered or adjoining properties suffer a substantial detriment.
Absolutely not.
Whether the variance would adversely affect the delivery of government services.
Absolutely not.
Whether the property owner purchased the property with knowledge of the zoning restriction.
No, again, we had the representations and the understanding that the township wanted viable development. That's why we're requesting the variances that we're requesting. As part of our mixed use application, which we were forced to do separate industrial and now the multifamily.
Whether the problem can be solved by some other manner other than the granting of the variance.
No.
Whether the variance preserves the spirit and intent of the zoning requirements and whether substantial justice would be done by granting the variance.
Most certainly, it speaks for itself. 500 feet from the existing neighbors, density that is hardly functional.
Any other factors?
Mr. Sutton.
Mr. Sutton, any other factors?
And then I have a question.
Tony?
I have if the board is inclined to wanting to know, maybe it's a clarification from the applicant. They're asking for a variance in terms of parking and density on this particular parcel. My understanding is that it is FR1. They're asking for a use variance for multifamily for rent development. One of the questions that exist, and they can answer it is, one of the questions that exist and they can answer for the board so inclined to want to know is, what development standards are they proposing if there are not development standards for that in the FR1 district?
Is that the board's question?
Excuse me?
Tony was suggesting, I think, that you asked that question. So I'm asking if that's now the board's question, so there's nothing to answer.
I would echo that question, that if it's not FR1, what standard would you?
Yeah, PRD.
The same that was presented in the application.
Correct, yeah.
To meet the same standards that were presented in the application that were unjustly denied.
I guess this is meant to all coalesce. This was an appeal of the denial of the rezoning to PRD before you, as well as two options to grant variances. Use and area are two options to get the same result. So we've presented you a package, the appeal, along with the two variances, or two avenues of granting the variance that we're requesting. Same result, with multiple avenues for you.
And the reason being that when you look at this in the business park, I don't know how you could create residential in the business park, which is one of the goals of the business park, to have mixed uses, and get so much open space and such a low density that somebody would actually do it.
Two things, if I may, Mr. Sutton. If I may. One, let's speak up so you can hear it. when you reference the appeals, that's not presently here being considered by the board with this matter. It's pending their application, but the actual hearing on the appeal isn't proceeding with this. And is the board inclined to ask what the use is, what the use has been of the property, and why is it that this is the viable, essentially the only viable use of the property?
I'm not following your question. I think he's already answered it under the factors that, as he answered it. So I guess, again, earlier we talked that you weren't playing advocate, you were playing advisor. Now you're publicly advocating. So I would only ask you to stay in the lane you said you were going to be in. And if you want to do it the other way, you have to talk to them privately.
So on BZA 24-003, they're asking for a use variance. For us to consider a use variance on this application, you would have to show undue hardship and no viable economic alternatives. So I would ask you to speak to that request with BZA 24-003.
Yeah, there is no economically viable use other than the absolute bare minimum economic viable use, which is what we are proposing by reappealing or reinstating, asking for approval of PRD with our variance of density and with our variance of parking.
Any other comments from the applicant?
Yeah, give me 1 second. Okay, do you have any feeling on how you're gonna vote this evening?
I do not.
Okay.
That was a direct question to the whole board, but again, it is late. From the way in which we were organizing this originally, we were going with the industrial first. That took way longer because we had a lot more side conversations installed to this. Now we have the other stuff pending. It is obviously 11:15. And so.
And for tonight, or?
No, I think,
I mean, we would like to see a vote at least on one, and then where I guess you'll have to do whatever you're going to do with the others.
Yeah, we want to vote on everything. I just wanted to get a feeling on, based upon our, really simple, straightforward, and, factual, the information we provided to you, that this is the bare minimum use that works for this property, and nothing other is
We're gonna take
economically
5 minutes.
viable.
We're gonna take 5 minutes and we'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
That's fine.
Sending my husband a message.
Certainly get.
Oh, yeah, right. We feel like royalty up here, except for when we're falling off of them. Yeah, oh my God, you're right. You have to bring your stadium seating or whatever.
Right, yeah.
You're right, these are comfy.
That's good.
I've noticed because they're so comfy.
Right?
You guys are These guys are. You know, your life is good because. I wasn't over there. And you said, well,
See, the other was an annex mall.
do it. So he's gonna do it. Well, you have no choice. You know, besides doing what they're not understanding.
What happens if we get that man chicken? I'll give you more chicken.
No. Because it is.
So when you get the certified bags, do you
I wonder if that opens the door to minutes.
Remember when you told us?
No, it says limited to, or I'm sorry, not limited to, but including your consideration.
Oh, right, well, see, category.
I thought they were voting on. I thought they were voting on. And when they were like reading it all out.
I know. You should know that. I hate that. I know, right? Everyone can see.
She's pretty crazy too.
She's over there gliding on the silent machine.
Completely different way.
It's a very cute one.
I am, but when you read down here, you should have a really good idea of what the exact conversation was. So, you know, you can go, you're moving, let me tell you.
Putting the shit in the back of my car, put it in, just get it ordered.
Literally, there are days where it's like, okay, gesturing,
Trust this, it's gonna be a lot of money, but they're gonna, we're gonna have to buy it. This will be ready. And it's not gonna be good everything. I do this. This is, I'm like, it's gonna show, and it's not just, yeah, and I don't want to come back.
We're good.
If we the waiter gets the next one. And it's expensive. So we should have it ready, so everyone, and then they have to. So, we're gonna take it off. We asked them where they go. Just the and it will be.
That's what I told my husband, I said, I'll go over it.
Yeah, you're gonna get, goes to service.
No, it's like,
You only want to do service.
So, yeah, it was quarter one night, and we didn't finish. We stopped. We've been over it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And maybe you can say, see, me, when I print it out on the sheet, so it's a placeholder, and I'll have it in the file as a reference.
It doesn't take long.
They don't need me to make a mistake.
This is just.
I think that's great. I think that's
And they're gonna want to transfer too, so we have to but I think, and then you know legal, you just. She was a young lady.
I hate to be the guy.
What?
Turnaround time on certified minutes? Any idea?
Are you gonna order it?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Are you surprised?
I'm not.
how long does that take you?
A
Usually?
week, a month, a year?
Well, no, I'll put you in all of this. You are too.
Now, wait, what are two people ordering? What's the cost? Is it the
So
same cost or is
you order
it?
first, so you get first, and then if anybody else wants to help.
This is the older plan.
Okay, are you gonna, do you have a card? Or how do
Yes,
I?
I do.
Okay.
They were pretty fast last time. I think it was what is the normal turnaround? I mean, I don't know.
Normally for like BZA,
It
we do 30
depends.
days, it just depends,
Yeah, I mean, I've, deposition transcripts I've had in a week and I've had them take, come on. It's just varies.
This is gonna be a long one.
Yeah. This is.
Her name is Sandy, but I'm going to give you her email.
Okay.
She's my scheduler, but she also is in charge of transcript.
Do you guys do any hearings for the state?
Oh, yeah.
So I used to work for the Attorney General's office. I would do.
Did you have to do liquor control?
Not, I've been to them, I didn't do them. I would do like BMV hearings and Division of Real Estate hearings. Okay.
Sanitation.
There was a guy that would come, I can't remember his name, he was super nice.
Franklin County, used to do
Yeah,
Franklin
Franklin.
County elections, but do high election.
Okay, so yeah, we'd do like ODOT, stuff on Broad Street.
I've driven up here to Marysville and done ODOTs, but yeah, hers is SKIN, so it's Sandy Kent. So it's SKIN at tmrgroup.com.
Okay.
I think it's on the, oh, did I smear it?
No, I can read it.
Oh, okay. tmrgroup.com, yeah. That's the one I email her at. She's got multiple emails, but that's.
So I email her and then she just say, hey, I'm requesting. Send me
Because
back the pricing.
yeah, because she does all the pricing. I'll text her tonight and let her know those hours, so she'll know that's coming. I'll say, hey, you're gonna have orders coming, here's that link, and then she'll be ready with it.
Okay. Are they gonna be certified? Are they gonna be certified minutes? I'll probably need those from the board.
If that's what you want.
Okay.
Well, she's in charge of minutes.
Okay, so like the certified ones?
Certified minutes? What is that?
Like the minutes after they're certified, like they're
Oh, after
official?
they're approved.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think,
You're gonna use this?
I might use,
then-
after you guys
and
order
then
the
have
transfer,
them
we might get a
approve it.
copy of it and then use that as a, I don't want to serve this. This is,
Do you have a card or how do I communicate with you?
yeah.
To make sure, because I'll need the certified.
Well, they will be approved at a board meeting, but I think we're just going with the transcript. We're gonna use the transcript as the minutes after you guys order it.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to open the line of communication.
But I mean, I think that my minutes would not be adequate in this situation. And I don't want to really spend 60 hours just to make a big mistake and put in the wrong payment. This is supposed to be, normally this is a half an hour hearing.
I do not envy you guys with this. I think I would.
I'm a trustee, I'm just sorry. I have another job too. So this is my, I've had this job for like 15 years, so.
I can go back, I can replay that.
I had a trustee meeting at 3 o'clock, so.
I had a hearing in Licking County at 9 a.m. this morning.
Oh my God, it's just too much. I know ours went on for 3 hours and then I have to go let the dogs out. I'm starving. Okay, my email here.
See, I ran through the Arby's drive through. I'm like, I know if I don't eat now, I'm gonna be angry later. Yeah.
Hey, I'm having a break. Like, it's US.
Not US.
Yeah, just US. Okay, because I know it's orange.
I mean, she's in this, we were talking about earlier, she was unusual.
We have stuff, but
Yes,
I just got them, so I'm like,
So I think we'll probably do that.
okay.
And then who?
When's that? I can get this card for you.
Yeah, and who's the Bowman? Was there a Bowman? Bowman?
Oh,
he was the first guy.
I think it's B-A-L-L-M-A-N.
Yeah, I think
He's
we're
just one of the witnesses.
I think we'll just do the, after you, are you guys gonna order right away?
That's Ben's call, but probably.
Okay, no one's probably, because by law, you can use transcripts as minutes legally, so, yeah, so I think. It won't be ready. Our next BZA meeting is on the 20th, so it won't be ready, and then we'll just hold off on approving this, so it'll be identical to what you guys are gonna get. That'll be easier than trying to compare.
The other thing is if we do anything with it, the clock starts ticking once they're
Tonight,
approved.
30 o'clock.
Like not, today doesn't start it, it's the minutes.
Oh, it's a, are you sure? It's on the minutes?
There's no evidence of it. Whenever the actual hearing is put
I
into the
thought it was
record.
the day of the decision.
No, you gotta certify the minutes. So, yeah, it's the actual order.
I thought that was with the zoning.
Whenever you guys approve the minutes, that counts as the order.
Okay, 'cause I thought that was just with the zoning commission, it's not, it's.
Technically, you guys still have jurisdiction until they've been approved. So it's,
Even with BZA, I thought it was 30 days from the day of the decision, but BZA.
well,
zoning
it's
commission-
what you would count as the day of the decision. So I don't know that today necessarily counts. Generally, you consider minutes being approved as
I would check into
becoming a
that.
part of the official record.
Yeah, because I thought, and I could be wrong, this doesn't happen often, I don't think, maybe it's happened once here, but with the zoning commission, if you have like 30 days, I think the minutes, I don't know, I thought with BZA, because it's quasi judicial, I thought that maybe it was the day of the decision, maybe this needed to be made today. Yeah, referendum starts, like, for example, referendum.
So the grounds they base their decision on, factors, how they rule and what they use to base it on would be the grounds that we would have to allege. We don't get those until we get whatever their decision, written decision is. I mean, just saying we reject it, what is?
It's on YouTube too. I was gonna check, but one time we did that and it started playing on my phone, even though I have to search.
That's all beyond me.
Yeah, I know. One time we did it.
Like my sister's basketball games are on.
Yeah. Oh, really? It's on Facebook.
Yeah.
It's on Facebook too. It should be. I mean, but we don't have a zoning inspector right now, so,
Wait, what happened?
he left. Jake, he left to the work.
He was super nice.
I know, he was good. He was, I think.
So wait, he
had-
moved or he just got a different job?
Huh?
Did he move out of the community or he just got a
No,
different
he
job?
got a different job, zoning inspector there. They're creating a new position. I think he wanted, there's not a lot of advanced opportunities here compared to like health. Yeah, it's like we're Orange, we're the biggest township in the county, so there's more advancement.
Oh, it's really the biggest township. That's pretty cool. I didn't know.
It's like 34,000. So
Okay.
there's a lot more room for advancement. It's more structured. Berlin is still kind of small. It's still growing. So I think he kind of got some training here and then went over there. So he started, his last day was last week. This is just, I just do this part time because I've done it for like 15 years and I lost one horse and I've won 3 times now, but for 2 years I was gone. I kept up my
Far away
OCRS.
from politics.
It's, I was local, so it's supposed to be that person. So I kind of kept up my retirement and then I won again. It's just all township all the time, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, it's,
Like student government in college, and I'm like, that's.
oh, really?
That was too
I
much
hated it
politics.
too, but I just started working there part-time and I've been there since '98, so. Yeah, well, good luck with that transcript.
Yeah, thank you.
I call the meeting back to order. I'm going to ask for a motion continuation. It's 11:30. We have more discussion. I'm sure everybody else is tired in the room, so I would ask that Kathy Ripple can contact us with some available dates. Or do we need to try and set that right now?
Need to set that now.
You need to, yeah.
You need to check with them and see about availability.
If you can grab your calendar.
And I was gonna say this,
I can figure out right now, but I mean, again, we prefer to do
just do them now.
Don, I know we discussed having that BZA hearing at 6:30, and that's gonna be quick. I was gonna suggest maybe the 20th, and we can do the other one. She hasn't sent the notices out at 6:30, which will take a few minutes, and then maybe to have this at 7, if that works, February 20th.
So let's go ahead and set the hearing for conditional use permit for model homes, MI homes, and Berlin Farm subdivision.
Whoa, what conditional use permit are you talking about?
That's for a different hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. We're gonna do that one and get it out of the way. It should be quick.
Just to make sure, are you available for the weeks of the 20th at 7 o'clock, right?
Oh, we had two conversations going on. Okay.
Tuesday, February the 20th, are you available? Everybody available?
What date? Yeah.
February 20th.
February 20th, it's on a Tuesday night.
Everybody on the board? Is there additional evidence and you expect us to present on 20th?
We have two more applications that we'll have to hear that we can.
No, I understand your answer, but it wasn't responsive to the question. Is there other evidence that you expect us to present? You already told me earlier in the evening that the evidence that we were presenting with these 5 experts.
I will not require any additional evidence from you.
So for that, we'd like to just make a decision this evening.
So you submitted the additional evidence earlier, which we accepted. We'd like an opportunity to go through that as well in consideration of what you've presented. So I appreciate what you're asking.
Well, I appreciate your request, but again, most of that information is stuff that is either public knowledge, but not necessarily specific to the applications. And so that they speak to the general issues. And I understand your statement. I'd like to still read it. Okay. So I can't stop you from tabling this and continuing. I'm just suggesting to you that we're not going to really be presenting additional evidence. So if that's going to mess up your calendaring, our calendaring, that's why we're requesting that you make a decision tonight. Then we can get on to the next part of the process.
We have more deliberation to do before we can make a decision. And I'm just saying, we're not going to continue it tonight. It's now past 11:30.
Okay. I mean, it's under our objections because we wanted to finish today so we can move on down the road and bring the issues that you guys don't have the authority to decide. That's the reason we want to do that, but that's okay. If you're going to do what you're going to do, I can't stop.
So you make a motion to table to the 20th.
So we'll do the first hearing for MI Homes and Berlin Farm subdivision, conditional use permit for model home, Ideal Horton and Hyatt Preserve West at 6:30. We will have a continuation of the BZA applications that we've been talking about tonight at 7 o'clock. Do I have a second on that motion?
A second.
And are you, why don't you make a motion for which applications are you tabling? All of them, all 3 of these? So you're tabling 24-003, 23-007, and 24-004?
The 2 of them we have not started the hearing on.
Okay, yeah, okay, so you're tabling all 3, okay, to the 20th at 7 p.m.?
Yes.
Was there a second, sorry? Jason was the second, okay, and Don, I'm sorry, did you make the
Mr.
motion?
Sutton, I think we need to make it cleaner, table everything because we still haven't signed any of the resolutions or anything, so make it cleaner, table everything until the 20th. That's the suggestion.
So all the other applications, so you're also tabling 23-006, 24-002, and 24-001.
That's correct.
Okay.
All right, is that point of information? Are you suggesting we're tabling everything right now or we're continuing here?
Well, continuing the hearing.
I know, you used the words interchangeably.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes they say table and continue, yeah.
But there's a big difference between the two. You gotta take it off the table.
So just continuing, right? Okay, yeah.
Could you hold on one time on state? Do you know if they're available?
What's the date again?
2 weeks from today, February 20th.
I think I am off to double check.
Okay.
All right,
Can we
Who made the
double check?
motion, Mr. Sutton? Mr. Sutton? Mr. Acevedo?
Yes.
Mr. Cook? Mrs. Cook?
Yes.
Mr. Herman?
And just clarity again, just because it's late and I was talking to people while you were saying, that is the motion to continue the
Yes,
hearing that
continue
is not
also.
finished right now, and then take up the other items that were not yet taken up tonight. That's correct?
Correct.
All right, I'd like to add one item in the record before we conclude. That is the case of Saunders versus Zoning Department, 66, Ohio State 2nd, 259, Ohio, 1981. This is the case from the Ohio Supreme Court, which has been cited in over 79 different other cases. Cited for the proposition, all zoning decisions, whether on an administrative or judicial level, should be based on the following elementary principles which underlie real property law. Zoning resolutions are in derogation of the common law and deprive a property owner of certain uses of his land to which he would otherwise be lawfully entitled. Therefore, such resolutions are ordinarily construed in favor of the property owner. I'm not reading the citation there, I'm reading only the words. Anderson, American law, restrictions on the use of real property by ordinance, resolution, or statute must be strictly construed, and the scope of the restrictions cannot be extended to include limitations not clearly prescribed. That is the syllabus of the Ohio Supreme Court, which in our view on everything that's happened tonight has not been followed.
Thank you. I call the meeting to close.
Can we get those exhibits? Are those the ones that you submitted for the record?
Yeah, at the beginning of the part, yeah.
Okay, just two, just yours?
Yeah, one is the old,
Okay.
Three.
oh,
Three?
This is the industrial one. This is two.
Oh, that's right. Can we have those? Since they were exhibits?
yeah, you wanna keep them until?
Yeah, let's do that. And then we'll give them, we'll enter them into the, court for people to give them all. Mark. Thank you.
Well, that's just like what went into record. Have a good night.
By the time we get through this, the answer is.
You guys are troopers. Yeah, but typing takes time to buy. We're busy focusing on stuff.
I know you guys have a tough job. Sitting and being here is not good.
Yeah. There are days.
Thank you as well. Does it always happen this late?
Not usually.
I know.